Welcome back, brothers, to Amalur. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the War in the Deep. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you're going to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from up here. And as always, I want to thank you guys for support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
The creature had been grown to murder one warrior. It waited within the convulsing depths of the bioship, where membranous walls contracted around lakes of steaming digestive fluid, and translucent veins carried dark nutrient slurry toward organs vast enough to swallow hab blocks. Every pulse of the vessel shook loose curtains of viscous matter from the vaulted flesh above. The substance fell in warm ropes, slapping against a floor of gristle and cartilage. The hive tyrant stood motionless amid the organic ruin. Its wings had withered into armored vestiges, unnecessary within the confines of the living ship. The mass, once devoted to flight, had been rendered into layered chitin, reinforced musculature, and additional synaptic tissue. 4 bladed limbs unfolded from its thorax. Each bone saber had been grown to a different curvature, shaped according to memories stolen through lesser organisms. One was intended to catch the descending arc of Slake. Another had been shaped to turn the inward thrust of hunger. The others existed to penetrate the ancient plate of Tyberos, the Red Wake. The knowledge within the creature was not thought as men understood thought. It held no recollection of childhood, no anticipation of triumph, no hatred. It possessed only inherited impressions, weapon reach, reaction intervals, armor tolerances, the measured velocity of a giant moving in tactical dreadnought plate with speed that violated every prediction made by the prey thing's physiology. It knew how Tyberos killed. It knew where he had been wounded. It knew the fractional hesitation created when hunger's chain mechanism met reinforced chitin. Around the chamber, the Red Brethren withdrew through a passage hacked into the bioship's contracting organs. Their grey armor was blackened by acid and lacquered in blood. One dragged a ruined leg. Another carried the severed helm of a fallen brother chained to his belt, unwilling to abandon what little could still be recovered. Their storm bolters covered the withdrawal with disciplined bursts, mass-reactive shells detonating lesser organisms into scraps of steaming meat. Tyberos did not withdraw with them. He stood between the Red Brethren and the thing fashioned to kill him. He was immense, even among the transhuman. His modified warplate broadened his silhouette into something closer to a walking siege engine than a warrior. Carcharodon Grey had vanished beneath clotted layers of alien fluid. Ragged strips of membrane hung from his pauldrons. The black lenses of his helm reflected the tyrant's bone sabers without emotion. Hunger and Slake rested at his sides. Their hooked power talons sparked through ropes of ichor. The chain teeth housed along the weapon's inner mechanisms turned once, clearing themselves with a shriek of tortured metal. The hive tyrant lowered its body. The living chamber tightened around them, responding to the will flowing through the synaptic network. Sphincter passages sealed. Veins hardened into barricades. Lesser organisms crawled into the walls and waited inside cysts, ready to be born directly into the battle. The beast knew the range of Tyberos's first strike. It knew the angle at which he preferred to open an armored thorax. It knew the speed of the Red Wake. Tyberos regarded the creature in silence. Then his voice emerged from the helm grill, quiet enough that the bioship's wet breathing almost swallowed it. Try again. 19 days earlier, astropath Malchior Ven drowned beneath an ocean that had no water. There was no surface above him and no seabed below. No light, no current, no sense of direction beyond the certainty that he was sinking. Something moved beneath the darkness. Not one thing, many things, innumerable things, turning with the slow unity of a body too large for the mind to comprehend. Malchior felt their hunger before he perceived their shapes. It entered him through the soul, vast and cold, stripping away memory and prayer until only the animal certainty of consumption remained. He tried to invoke the Emperor. The words dissolved before they formed. He opened his mouth to scream, and the ocean entered him. Malchior awoke strapped to his throne within the choir vault of relay sarcophagus. His lungs convulsed, dragging incense-thick air through a throat raw from shouting. Restraint chains rattled against the arms of the bronze seat. Silver warding nails driven into the surrounding masonry glowed with heat. The chamber was already full of screaming. The astropath seated to Malchior's right had torn both hands free of his restraints. Broken fingers clawed at the smooth skin, covering his blinded eyes. Blood ran from his nostrils and streamed over his lips as he pleaded with something no one else could see. Across the circular vault, Brother Astropath Halbrecht arched against his throne, hard enough to fracture his spine. His teeth snapped together in rapid succession. Enamel fragments scattered across his tongue. He continued biting until his lips were gone, and the exposed gums shone red beneath the lumen globes. The choirmaster shouted for discipline. His voice lasted 3 words. Pressure descended upon the relay. It did not come from the warpwood east, or from any recognized current of the immaterium. It rose from below the galactic plane, an abyssal weight pressing against every sanctioned mind within the station. The choirmaster's eyes ruptured. Both orbs burst outward in ropes of clear fluid and blood. He remained standing for a moment, hands raised as though conducting the choir, then fell face first onto the iron lectern. His brow struck the aquila fixed to its edge. Bone cracked. The second impact drove the metal wings through his cheek and into his skull. Malchior tasted copper. His gums were bleeding. The choir vault trembled with the station's failing machine spirit. Warning klaxons began their funereal toll. Red lumens replaced white. Somewhere beyond the sealed doors, servitors recited damage reports in flat mechanical voices. The astropaths did not hear them. They heard jaws, thousands, millions, closing in sequence across distances that should have rendered such sound impossible. Malchior felt each bite as a pressure inside his skull. He saw worlds stripped to stone, seas drank dry, continents carpeted in feeding organisms, atmospheres siphoned into towering capillary structures, while cities disappeared beneath living tides. The vision shifted. An ocean of stars lay beneath him. Something rose through it. Malchior forced his hands against the restraint bars. The iron was cold beneath his bleeding palms. He sought the beacon of the Astronomicon, the holy radiance that had guided his soul through every sanctioned sending. For one heartbeat he found it. The light of the Emperor burned far away, impossibly distant, a golden wound in the dark. Then the presence beneath the galaxy eclipsed it. Malchior screamed. The other surviving astropaths screamed with him. Their voices merged through the choir's psychic architecture, amplified by brass focusing veins and sanctified crystal. Flesh tore inside their throats. Blood ran from their ears. One aspirant's skull split along an old surgical seam, fragments of bone opening outward as pressure forced grey matter through the wound. The choir became a single dying mind. Malchior seized it. He did not attempt language. Words were too small. He gathered the final coherent impressions of his brothers and hurled them toward Neroth Prime. Darkness, hunger, jaws without number rising from below. The effort burned through him. His skin blistered along the warding brands. The copper filaments implanted through his spine glowed white. He smelled his own flesh cooking beneath his robes. The transmission escaped. Malchior felt it cross the void. Then something on the far side noticed him. The last thing he understood was that the hunger had looked back. Lord General Odrin Kern watched the dead astropath's vision unfold above the command table. The image was little more than interference given shape. Blackness boiled within the hololithic field. Pale arcs opened and closed in the static, suggestive of teeth or claws. Every repetition was accompanied by a burst of binharic corruption that made the table's attendant servitors twitch inside their alcoves. Kern remained unimpressed. He stood beneath the kilometer-thick foundations of Hive Pelagos, surrounded by command officers, tactical adepts, and the steady drone of cogitator banks. His greatcoat was charcoal, its high collar stiff with rank pins and campaign honours. The left side of his face had been replaced with augmetic plating after the Orison suppression. A red ocular lens clicked as it magnified the projection. "Signal degradation," said Colonel Hest, commander of the lower orbit defense grid. "Possibly warp turbulence." "Warp turbulence. Does not arrange merchant shipping into formations," Kern replied. He dismissed the image with a sweep of his gloved hand. The display reformed into the Neroth system. Neroth Prime dominated the center, a bruised sphere wrapped in smog and industrial cloud. Hive Pelagos rose along its equatorial landmass, one of 7 principal population stacks sunk into continents hollowed by mining. Billions labored beneath its spires, organized into hereditary guilds whose ancestors had worked the same extraction shafts for generations. Mordain hung beneath the planet's orbital plane. The fortress moon bristled with defense lasers, torpedo silos, and armored bastions. Its lower hemisphere faced the uncharted dark below the system, guarding the approach Imperial tacticians considered least likely to be used by any rational enemy. Beyond lay shipyards, promethium depots, ore refineries, and orbital manufactoria arranged in rigid procession. Mining colonies clung to airless rocks. Cargo stations moved metals, fuel, and bodies through the system without pause. 18 billion Imperial subjects. Kern considered the number tactically, not sentimentally. "Contact the sector command," he ordered. "The relay is dead, Lord General," a signals adept said. "Astropathic reception ceased after transmission." "Then use the nearest secondary choir." "We have attempted it. No sanctioned signal is crossing the lower approaches." Kern's augmetic eye clicked again. "Auger cutter St. Caldus is at Mordain?" "Yes, Lord General." "Dispatch it beneath the system plane. Full passive scan. No transmissions until contact is confirmed." The St. Caldus found the wrecks 6 hours later. Its picked feed entered the command citadel in fractured monochrome. Dozens of merchant vessels drifted through the dark, their prows aligned toward Neroth Prime. Their drive systems were cold. Running lights remained active on several hulls, blinking patiently into the void. "Disciplined formation," Colonel Hest murmured. "No collision damage." "Magnify the nearest vessel," Kern said. The cutter's surveyors guided a remote pick drone through a torn cargo hatch. The merchant ship's interior remained pressurized. Bodies floated within its loading bay. Hundreds of them. Dock hands, ratings, and armsmen drifted together beneath strobing emergency lumens. Their uniforms remained intact. Their bones remained connected. Yet every exposed face had been stripped to wet muscle. Eye sockets were empty. Lips and tongues were gone. Fingers ended in clean white phalanges where the flesh had been eaten away. The drone advanced. Every bulkhead stood open, not breached, opened. The internal locks had been operated in sequence, allowing something to pass through the ship without resistance. "Life signs?" Kern asked. "None human," replied the surveyor aboard the cutter. Something moved behind the wrecks. The image darkened as an immense shape crossed the distant stars. Its outline was impossible to hold. A curving mass, a ribbed fin, a mouth opening along the flank of something that possessed no need for symmetry. "Withdraw," Kern ordered. The St. Caldus turned. The dead merchant ships opened, not through doors. Their hulls split along seams hidden beneath the armor. Membranes tore. Pods detached in clouds, striking the cutter's flanks before its engines reached full burn. The command citadel filled with shouted reports. Boarding impacts, multiple hull breaches, internal contact. The cutter's picked feed jolted. Men in void suits fired lascarbines down a narrow passage as pale organisms spilled through a rent in the wall. The creatures moved on too many limbs, their bodies protected by overlapping chitin. Lasbolts burned fist-sized cavities through them. They continued forward. A rating fell. Smaller shapes leapt from the invaders' weapons. Living beetles struck his visor and burrowed through the transparent armor. He clawed at his helmet as they entered his eyes and mouth. Blood sheeted across the inside of the visor. His body bucked while the organisms ate into his throat. The picked capture swung toward the command deck. A prayer blared through the vox. "Emperor, receive our souls. Emperor, preserve our flesh. Emperor." A claw punched through the forward bulkhead. It was large enough to close around a man's torso. The feed ended. For several seconds, the command citadel remained silent. Kern looked upon the empty hololith where the St. Caldus had been. "General mobilization," he said. The planet answered with machinery. Across Neroth Prime, sirens sounded from Hive Spire to Mine Abyss. Defense cohorts poured into trench networks dug decades before their fathers had been born. Munitorum trains carried shells, fuel, and conscripts toward the lower continents. Lehman Russ battle tanks rolled from sealed vaults beneath banners, stiff with incense smoke. Basilisk crews stripped preservation wax from Earthshaker barrels. Manticores received Storm Eagle rockets under the supervision of red-robed engine seers. Hydra batteries elevated their autocannons toward an empty sky. In the deepest armories, shadow swords awakened. Priests moved between them, pressing oil and blood against adamantium hulls while reciting the litany of true aim. Servitors loaded volcano cannon capacitors into place. The ancient machines answered with reactor growls that shook dust from cathedral ceilings. Workers who abandoned production lines were shot by overseers and left beneath the wheels of passing ammunition crawlers. The dead did not interrupt the mobilization. Far beyond Neroth, Auden Krail watched armorers prepare the warplate of monsters. The arming vault of the Nicor was silent, save for the whisper of chains and the murmur of machine prayer. Ancient suits of Mark V plates stood within iron cradles. Their surfaces carried scratches beneath fresh layers of void-grey ceramite, scars earned in wars erased from most Imperial archives. Serfs worked without speaking. They checked bolt feeds, inspected reactor couplings, and polished scrimshawed death markings carved into vambraces and breastplates. Each symbol was a history Krail was forbidden to read. At the chamber's far end, the tactical dreadnought plate of the Red Brethren waited beneath cold lumens. Beyond it stood a larger cradle, empty. Krail did not look at it for long. He had served the chapter for 37 years. He had overseen the awakening of warriors from cryogenic crypts, watched them enter battle, and received what remained when they returned. He knew the sound of a Carcharodon walking behind him without needing to turn. He feared them with the disciplined certainty of faith. The enemy ahead was unknown. The masters behind him were not. A Vox servitor raised its head. Translation complete. Neroth system reached. Imperial challenge received. Krail bowed toward the empty cradle. Return the chapter's codes. The Nicor entered the system with 5 escorts gliding in its wake. Its identification ciphers were archaic, sealed beneath layers of authority old enough to make Neroth's command cogitators hesitate. Machine spirits argued across encrypted channels. Verification rites were repeated. At last, the system accepted the truth encoded within the transmission. Adeptus Astartes, Carcharodon's Astra. Kern was brought aboard beneath armed escort. No honor guard received him. No herald announced his arrival. Krail led him through corridors lined with bones cut into devotional tablets. The general's boots rang against the deck. Something enormous moved in a parallel passage beyond the wall, accompanied by the slow grind of powered armor. They entered the strategium. Tyberos waited beside the system hololith. The Shade Lord seemed to fill the chamber. Modified tactical dreadnought plate enclosed him in slabs of scarred ceramite and adamantium. Hunger and slake hung from his arms, their chained mechanisms dormant, their hooked talons dark with old staining no rite had entirely removed. Kern stopped several paces away. Tyberos offered no salute, no greeting, no promise. The system display turned between them, casting the Nearoth worlds across the black lenses of his helm. Kern had ordered continents purged. He had broken rebellions by collapsing hive levels onto their inhabitants. He had watched millions die because the alternative was defeat. For the first time in years, he felt small. "Have you come to save Nearoth?" he asked. Tyberos looked upon the world. "No." The word emerged as a low whisper through the helm grill. Kern's hand tightened behind his back. Tyberos continued studying the display. "We have come to kill what consumes it." The strategium alarms began to sound. One contact became 10. 10 became hundreds. Hundreds became thousands, rising from beneath the system plane in a mass too dense for the augurs to separate. Organic vessels flooded the hololith, spreading around Nearoth's lower approaches like rot through flesh. Kern looked toward the strategium's armored viewing aperture. The stars below the planet began to disappear. One by one, and then all at once, the darkness swallowed them. The Nikor did not possess corridors so much as arteries. Lord General Odrin Kern followed Auden Krail through passages of sweating iron and blackened stone, beneath lumen strips dimmed to the color of dying embers. The walls seemed too thick for a vessel, the deck too cold beneath his boots. Every bulkhead was layered in devotional scoring, void-burned heraldry, and rows of minute teeth pressed into hardened resin. Some were human, others were not. Krail walked 3 paces ahead, his dark robes whispering over the deck. He carried no lamp. The surf captain knew the battle barge by memory, by the vibration of its engines, and by subtle changes in the air that Kerner could not detect. He moved with the confidence of a man navigating the interior of a sleeping predator. Kern's escort had been denied entry beyond the receiving deck. That had displeased him. He had commanded armies large enough to drown continents in uniforms. He had ordered generals shot for tardiness, and admirals relieved for questioning bombardment solutions. Yet aboard the Nikor, his authority had been reduced to the coat on his shoulders and the medals across his breast. The ship did not acknowledge them. Neither did its crew. Silent serfs moved aside as Krail approached. Some bore augmetic eyes adapted to darkness. Others carried trays of shell casings, votive oils, or bone-handled tools. None looked directly at Kern. They bowed toward unseen masters and continued their duties without conversation. There were no shouted deck orders, no ringing officers' bells, no catechisms booming through public address horns. Even the machinery seemed muted. Pumps throbbed behind walls. Chains shifted in distant shafts. Somewhere far below, a great engine exhaled through cooling vents with the slow respiration of a beast beneath deep water. "This is not how an Adeptus Astartes vessel should operate," Kerner said. Krail did not turn. "My lords do not concern themselves with how they should be perceived." "You speak for them?" "No, Lord General." The answer came without fear, but not without caution. "No one speaks for them." They passed beneath an arch formed from the ribcage of something too large to have been human. Beyond lay a chamber filled waist-deep with black water. Armored figures stood motionless within it. Kern stopped. There were 12 of them, each sealed within ancient power armor. Their helms were bowed. Chain axes and bolters rested beneath the surface. Water lapped against grey breastplates marked with faded exile glyphs and the hooked silhouette of a pale shark. No chaplain addressed them. No priest conducted their devotions. They stood in utter stillness beneath the darkness, as though submerged in an ocean only they could see. "Meditation?" Kern asked. "Preparation? For what?" Krail glanced toward the silent warriors. "For hunger." One of the helms turned, only slightly. Kern resumed walking. The next galleries held sealed armories. Adamantium doors bore locks large enough to survive orbital impact. Red wax seals covered their mechanisms. Scrimshawed plaques recorded oaths in an archaic form of High Gothic, their letters cut so deeply into the bone that the material had cracked around them. Through narrow observation slits, Kerner glimpsed weapon racks extending into darkness, Phobos pattern bolters, long-barreled combi weapons, chain blades with hooked teeth, thunder hammers suspended inside magnetic cradles. Some appeared freshly forged, others were relics from forgotten centuries, their casings repaired so many times that little of the original metal could have remained. The Carcharodons possessed the armory of a chapter that expected no resupply. They hoarded everything: weapons, gene seed, ships, men. They entered a cryogenic vault. Cold struck Kern through his greatcoat. White vapor moved across the deck in low sheets. Hundreds of sarcophagi stood in ascending rows, each surrounded by cables and frost-coated devotional seals. Armorless giants slept behind. Clouded viewing plates, their skin pale and scarred, their chests rising so slowly they might have been corpses awaiting judgment. Serfs moved between the chambers with surgical implements and sensors. They checked life signs, replaced nutrient files, and whispered activation litanies into vox grills. One sarcophagus opened. Vapor spilled across the deck. A massive hand gripped the rim from within. The warrior sat upright. He was naked except for restraint chains around his wrists and throat. His body was a geography of old damage. Bolt scars pitted his chest. A seam of black surgical staples crossed his abdomen. Ritual markings had been cut into the flesh of his shoulders, each line filled with dark pigment. His eyes opened. Black. Not wholly black, Kern realized, but so dark that no boundary remained between iris and pupil. The warrior looked at Krail. "Threnody," Krail said. The space marine stepped from the sarcophagus. No question, no prayer, no sign that sleep had been left behind. A servitor approached with folded robes and was pushed aside by the warrior's thigh. He continued toward the armor galleries, while blood began to run from cryogenic ports along his spine. Kern watched him depart. How long was he asleep? 8 years. And he awakens to a single word? He requires no more. Krail led him onward. Behind them, more sarcophagi began to open. Strike leader Raukura watched the Red Brethren prepare for descent. The Terminator arming chamber was a cathedral of restrained violence. Servo arms lowered armor sections onto transhuman bodies. Tech serfs secured adamantium couplings and sealed reactor housings beneath muttered invocations. Storm bolters were fitted to vambraces. Chain fists were locked into place and tested in brief whining bursts. Raukura stood fully armored at the center of the chamber. His tactical dreadnought plate had once been grey. Centuries of repair had reduced its surfaces to a patchwork of ceramite, plasteel, and exposed adamantium, all covered beneath the colors of the chapter. Scrimshawed trophies hung from his waist. A necklace of Tyranid teeth lay against his gorget, collected during another war in another dark region of the void. He examined every warrior before deployment, not because he doubted them, because the Red Brethren were the final answer to every failure, and final answers could not be permitted weakness. Brother Uru's Stormbolter feed had been seated incorrectly. Raukura tore it free, struck the responsible serf across the face with the back of his gauntlet, and watched the man fall unconscious, with his jaw hanging loose. Another serf took the first man's place, before his body stopped moving. No one spoke. Raukura looked toward the chamber's primary blast doors. The Shade Lord stood beyond them. Tyberos had remained within the strategium since the lower stars vanished from Neroth's augurs. He had issued few orders: reconnaissance patterns, fleet dispersion, cryogenic activation, the positioning of Thunderhawks and teleport reserves. Others might have mistaken his silence for deliberation. Raukura knew better. Tyberos had already accepted that Neroth would die. He was not deciding whether to preserve it. He was deciding where its death would cut deepest. The silence of the Shade Lord was the silence of a blade held over flesh, while the wielder chose the joint. Raukura turned to the waiting Terminators. Threnody. That was enough. The Red Brethren moved. In the Nikor's sealed librarium, Takahurangi tasted the death of relay sarcophagus. The chief librarian knelt within a circle of salt, powdered bone, and conductive wire. Around him, servitors held crystal vessels containing blood recovered from the relay's receiving mechanisms. The fluid had blackened despite preservation rites. Fine strands moved within it against gravity, coiling toward Tekahurangi whenever he drew breath. He wore no helm. His weathered face was marked by ritual tattoos that curved from scalp to jaw in the patterns of ocean currents. His eyes remained closed. The dead astropaths whispered through him, not in words, in pressure. The sensation was enormous, a presence without edges, a will distributed across uncounted organisms, each body separate, yet joined through something deeper than thought. Takahurangi had encountered the great devourer before. He knew the psychic absence that surrounded its fleets. Men called it the shadow in the warp, but the term suggested emptiness. This was not empty, it was overcrowded. The immaterium around Neroth was filling with the pressure of a single intelligence expressed through billions of mouths. Astropathic messages drowned inside it. Sanctioned psychers would suffer seizures, hallucinations, and death. Navigators attempting translation would find their inner sight clogged by hunger. He opened his eyes. Blood ran from his nose. A servitor extended a cloth. Takahurangi ignored it. "Leviathan," he said. The word carried across the librarium's vox link to the strategium. Kerner stood before Tyberos and the rotating image of Neroth. "What scale?" the Lord General demanded. "Greater than the relay perceived," Tekahurangi answered through the vox. "The first contacts are extremities. The body follows." "How long until the primary fleet enters weapons range?" "Uncertain." Kern's augmetic eye narrowed. "Uncertainty is not intelligence. The warp does not respect your demand for precision." Kern looked toward Tyberos. The Shade Lord had not moved. "Can we signal for reinforcement?" "No," Tekahurangi said. "The astropathic channels are closing. Any message transmitted now would fragment before leaving the system. A vessel attempting translation may not survive the passage. Then we evacuate what matters." The hololith shifted at Kern's command. Transport routes appeared above Neroth Prime. Orbital lifters, mass conveyors, and system barges formed lines between the hives and the outer translation approaches. "We remove the officer caste, Mechanicus adepts, trained armsmen, and irreplaceable industrial guilds," Kern continued. "Priority is given to void-capable workers and weapons artificers. The remaining population fortifies the hives and delays the enemy." Tyberos looked at the proposed routes. "No." Kern waited. The Shade Lord offered nothing further. "There are 18 billion Imperial subjects in this system," Kerner said. "I am not proposing to save them all. I am preserving the assets required to rebuild. No vessel leaves. You would trap every transport and every skilled worker on a condemned world." Tyberos turned his helm. Black lenses settled upon the general. "Movement divides the prey." Kern's expression hardened. "The prey? Convoys scatter biomass. The fleet will pursue them. Its vessels will spread beyond the defense grid and consume the outer stations before returning." Kern stabbed a finger toward the hololith. "Then we escort them. With ships required here. We have civilians packed into hives without sufficient armor or shelter. Keeping them concentrated is wasteful." Tyberos's voice remained a whisper. "They are dead already. I decide what their deaths purchase." No threat accompanied the words, no anger. That disturbed Kerner more than rage would have done. He had known officers who enjoyed killing. Their cruelty made them predictable. Tyberos spoke as a man discussing propellant charges or the placement of mines. Kern stared into the Shade Lord's lenses. "You intend to use the population to control the invasion's advance?" "Yes." The general's jaw tightened. Aboard any Imperial command vessel, his next words might have become a challenge. Here, hunger and slake hung from Tyberos's arms, and the Strategium's exits were guarded by the Red Brethren. Kern turned back toward the display. Then the concentrations must be fortified. Tyberos looked again upon Neroth Prime. They will be. Threnody had been dead for 9,000 years. Its surface was a desert of glassy craters, airless valleys and ruins, left by a civilization whose name no imperial archive retained. The moon's weak gravity reduced movement to long, controlled strides. Dust rose slowly around the boots of the Carcharodon scouts and remained suspended above the ground. Their thunderhawks had landed beyond the horizon. The gunships bore no visible heraldry. Their engines had been baffled and cooled during approach, reducing their thermal signature until they resembled drifting debris. Raukura descended from the lead craft with 6 Red Brethren. Terminators were not instruments of concealment. Their armor was too massive, their reactors too hot. Yet the Carcharodons understood that stealth did not always mean invisibility. It meant remaining unnoticed until recognition no longer mattered. Scout teams moved ahead through the crater fields. Their grey cloaks contained thermal baffling fibers. Suppressed bolters rested against their shoulders. They communicated by hand signal and brief bursts of tight beam data. No battle cries crossed the moon. No challenge was issued. Land speeders drifted through ravines, with engines reduced to their lowest output. Automated auger buoys were buried beneath dust and linked into a passive observation web. Each device watched the dark above Threnody and the ruins below it. The first spore appeared near an impact crater. A translucent membrane stretched across shattered stone. Raukura crouched beside it. His armor's sensors identified traces of human protein, Tyranid ichor, and digestive enzymes. A scout touched 2 fingers to his helm and pointed east. Movement. The Carcharodons entered the ruins. The structures had been carved directly into the moon's bedrock. Doorways yawned beneath collapsed towers. Black tunnels descended into chambers where gravity weakened further. Raukura smelled the enemy through his helm filters. Metal, acid, old blood. The scouts spread ahead of him. A hand signal passed down the line. Nest. The Genestealers were clinging to the ceiling of a buried transit hall, their pale limbs folded around ribbed bodies. There were dozens of them. Some still carried strips of void suit fabric between their teeth. The Carcharodons opened fire together. Suppressed bolters coughed rather than roared. Mass reactive shells entered skulls, thoraxes, and shoulder joints before detonating. Chitin burst outward in jagged fragments. Limbs pinwheeled through the low gravity. The surviving Genestealers dropped. Scouts stepped aside rather than meet the charge. Crossfire tore through the creatures as they landed. Combat blades entered eye sockets and softer throat membranes. One scout caught a claw through the abdomen, locked both hands around the limb, and held the creature in place, while another Carcharodon shot it through the head. Raukura advanced through the center. His Stormbolter spoke twice. A Genestealer's upper body vanished. Another struck his pauldron and scraped across the ceramite. He caught its skull in one gauntlet and compressed until bone and chitin collapsed into wet fragments between his fingers. The nest died in silence. Then the ceiling moved. The lictor had been there throughout the assault. Camouflage membranes peeled away from its body as it descended behind the scouts. Its mantis-like claws closed around the nearest warrior's helm and tore the head free with the gorget still attached. Blood erupted in a bright arc. The lictor struck again before the corpse fell. A feeder tendril pierced a second scout's eye lens. The creature jerked him close, punched a talon through his backplate, and opened the armor from spine to sternum. Raukura turned. The lictor vanished. Not truly. His autosenses caught fragments of heat, the displacement of dust, and the brief reflection of a curved claw. A third scout fired at the distortion. The lictor emerged beside him and sliced through both arms. Before the scout could fall, it opened his throat and drove its tendrils into the wound. Raukura did not pursue. He watched. The creature shifted left, anticipating fire. he signaled the surviving scouts. Wide. Hold. The lictor moved again. Raukura fired behind it. The shot missed the creature and struck a buried stasis projector placed by the reconnaissance team moments earlier. The device activated with a flash of blue-white energy. Time hardened around the lictor. It froze mid-stride, one claw raised, camouflage membranes half extended. Blood droplets hung beside its feeding tendrils like dark jewels. Raukura approached. The creature's eyes moved within the field, slowly, aware. It looked at him without fear. Takahurangi felt that absence of panic from orbit. When the prisoner was brought aboard the Nikor, he waited inside the apothecarian. The lictor remained suspended within a cylindrical stasis cage. Apothecaries moved around it with saws, extraction needles, and servo skulls. Its skin changed color in slow pulses beneath the field. Samples taken from its feeder tendrils contained Carcharodon blood. The blood had already been analyzed inside the creature. New filtration organs were forming beneath its ribs. Microscopic structures had begun altering the composition of its internal toxins. It adapts while frozen, Apothecary Tama said. No, Tekahurangi replied. It prepared before capture. The lumens died. Stasis alarms screamed. For one breath, the apothecarian vanished into perfect darkness. Something wet struck the deck. Bolters armed. Emergency lumens ignited. The lictor was dead. Its body had collapsed inside the cage, organs liquefied by a self-destructive biochemical reaction. The stasis field remained intact. On the deck beyond the cylinder lay the severed hands of the dead scouts. Their fingers had been torn free. Arranged through blood and scored metal, they formed the continents of Neroth Prime. Hive clusters were marked by knuckle bones. Defense lines had been cut into the deck. Orbital stations were represented by teeth. Raukura stared at the crude map. We trapped it. Tekahurangi knelt beside the blood-slick pattern. His fingers hovered over 3 deep cuts, indicating the lower continental approaches. No, he said. The shadow in the warp pressed against his skull, immense and attentive. It entered the Nikor. He looked up at Raukura. It wished to see where we would make Neroth bleed. The first Tyranid vessel entered the outer auger envelope without engine flare, translation wake, or Vox emission. It simply appeared where empty space had been. Lieutenant Captain Varro Hest watched the contact bloom across the tactical display of the Defense Monitor Indomitable Judgment. The hololithic rune refused to settle upon a classification. Cruiser, transport, escort, unknown. Each designation flashed in turn before the Monitor's cogitators rejected it. Confirm mass, Hest ordered. Mass fluctuating, replied the Augur Master. Vessels do not fluctuate. The Augur Master leaned over his station, brass interface needles buried through the skin of his wrists. Blood had begun to gather around the insertion points. This one does. The contact advanced beneath the Neroth system's orbital plane, a pale shape against the darkness. Its outer shell flexed in slow contractions. Translucent sections revealed organs shifting beneath the armor, sliding around one another as though the vessel were rebuilding itself during approach. Another contact emerged behind it, then 9, then hundreds. They did not maintain formation in any pattern recognized by Imperial naval doctrine. Smaller organisms moved within the protection of greater bodies. Spore vessels drifted behind predatory cruisers, whose hooked prows opened and closed like jaws. Thick-shelled organisms formed living walls around long-bodied shapes that pulsed with psychic emissions. The tactical display filled with false readings. One vessel divided into 3 contacts, then merged again. Another extended ribbed sails kilometers wide before drawing them beneath new layers of chitin. Heat signatures appeared within cold bodies and vanished before Auspex crews could determine their purpose. Hest stared at the swarm and felt the old certainty of naval warfare abandon him. An enemy ship was supposed to possess a prow, a stern, engines, magazines, and a bridge. It was supposed to travel because machinery compelled it. It was supposed to die when those systems were destroyed. These things were not ships. They were animals, taught the shape of war. "Lower defense stations report acquisition," said the Master of Ordnance. "Mordain batteries await release." Hest looked toward the command throne above him. Admiral Corvin Bale sat beneath a canopy of devotional chains, his skeletal frame enclosed in a dark naval coat. Age had reduced his face to parchment stretched across bone, but his eyes remained hard. "How many?" Bale asked. "No reliable count, Lord Admiral," Hest answered. "A useful estimate. 500 major contacts, several thousand lesser organisms, more behind them." Bale watched the living fleet rise toward Neroth. "Signal Mordain, full opening salvo." The order passed through the defense grid. Across the lower hemisphere of the fortress moon, armored shutters drew back from weapons emplacements cut kilometers into the rock. Defense lasers awakened beneath cathedrals of copper and iron. Torpedo silos opened in concentric lines. Macro cannon loading mechanisms engaged with impacts that shook cities buried. Beneath the moon's crust, priests of the machine god completed the final rites. The guns fired. The void became light. Macro shells crossed the distance in disciplined walls, each projectile larger than a hab block and filled with enough explosive force to erase a city district. They struck the leading Tyranid organisms seconds apart. Living armor ruptured. One bioship opened along its ventral side, spilling a frozen ocean of blood, translucent organs, and half-developed creatures into space. Internal pressure expelled coils of intestine hundreds of meters long. Smaller organisms tumbled from the wound, twitching as their fluids crystallized. Defense lasers burned through another vessel from prow to midsection. The beam cauterized the wound as it passed, turning flesh to black carbon around a tunnel of incandescent vapor. The creature continued forward until its body folded around the injury and broke into two convulsing halves. Lances from the orbital stations descended in white columns. They struck with the force of judgment. Chitin became vapor. Organs detonated within armor. A spore carrier swelled as heat expanded its internal gases, then burst apart in a storm of charred embryos. The command deck of the indomitable Judgment shook with cheering. Hest did not join them. The destroyed vessels had been at the front because the enemy had placed them there. Behind their ruptured bodies, the larger organisms opened. Pyroacid crossed the void in luminous streams. The first discharge struck defense platform Absolution across its central gun decks. Void shields flared, collapsed, and vanished. Acid reached the armor beneath, spreading through adamantium seams and weapon ports. The platform's hull softened. Turrets sagged into the structure. Gun crews died inside their sealed compartments as corrosive vapor entered through ventilation systems. Men tore away their own face masks, while the flesh of their lungs liquefied. Spore clouds followed. The organisms struck shields and burst into swarms of smaller shapes that crawled across the energy barriers. Several died instantly. Others fed upon the discharge, secreting conductive mucus until the shields flickered beneath the weight of living matter. "Escort screen moving to intercept," Hest reported. Imperial frigates advanced beneath the defense platforms, prows turning toward the swarm. Torpedoes launched. Nova cannon fire struck among the approaching organisms. The frigate's sword of vigilance reached the forward line first. Its captain had served Bale for 23 years. Hest knew the man's voice, the names of his officers, and the devotional phrase painted above the bridge doors. None of that mattered when the feeder tendrils struck. 3 vast limbs emerged from a Tyranid cruiser's underside. They crossed thousands of meters with terrible speed and wrapped around the frigate's hull. The sword of vigilance fired point blank. Macro cannon shells entered the bioship's flank and exploded beneath its armor. Plasma drives burned through the nearest tendril. The severed appendage writhed in the void, spraying frozen ichor. The other 2 tightened. Armor buckled around the frigate's midsection. Internal decks folded together. Vox channels filled with damage reports and prayers as the ship's spine began to collapse. Hest saw the vessel bend. Deck by deck, the sword of vigilance was compressed. Bulkheads burst inward. Compartments lost pressure. Hundreds of crewmen were drawn through splitting hull seams with the escaping atmosphere. Some were already dead. Others emerged twisting, uniforms inflating around their bodies, before the void froze the moisture in their eyes and mouths. Blood became red crystal around them. The tendrils pulled the frigate closer. Openings dilated across the Tyranid vessel's side. Swarms of boarding organisms poured into the crushed warship. Their bodies disappeared through rents too narrow for armored men to pass. The frigate's internal Vox remained active. Boarders on the gunnery decks. Seal compartment 3. They are inside the ventilation. A scream cut across the channel. Not one voice, hundreds. The sword of vigilance's reactors overloaded before the captain could complete the self-destruct rite. The blast tore through both ships. Fire expanded in silence, consuming bodies, armor, and the feeder tendrils in a brief artificial sun.
"Frigate destroyed," said the augur master. Admiral Bale's hands tightened around the arms of his throne. "Where are the Astartes?" No answer came from the Imperial officers. Beyond Threnody, hidden against the dead moon's cratered mass, the Nikkor waited. Its running lights were dead. Reactor output had been reduced until frost formed across outer armor plates. The battle barge lay within the moon's sensor shadow, while Imperial ships bled beneath the Tyranid advance. Orden Krail stood on the secondary command deck and watched casualty runes multiply. He could hear the defense fleet dying through the Vox. Distress calls crossed one another. Captains requested support. Damage control teams recited compartment losses in voices that became less human with every report. Priests demanded men remain at their stations while fires consumed the oxygen around them. The Carcharodons did nothing. Krail kept his hands clasped behind his back. He had learned long ago that compassion was a private weakness aboard the Nikkor. It could be felt. It could not be permitted to alter function. The Shade Lord stood upon the primary command dais. Tyberos had not moved since the battle began. The hololithic light spread across his modified tactical dreadnought plate. Hunger and Slake hung at his sides. Their talons remained closed. Around him, Carcharodon officers waited in silence. No one requested permission to fire. No one questioned the delay. The Tyranid vanguard passed Threnody. Its largest combat organisms turned toward Mordain and the orbital grid. Smaller vessels flowed around the moon, hunting damaged Imperial escorts and defense stations. Behind them came long-bodied synapse ships, protected within layers of lesser organisms. Krail watched the formation open. The enemy had committed its teeth first. Its nerves followed. Tyberos raised one taloned hand. Now! The Nikkor awakened. Reactor output surged through the battle barge. Void shields ignited. Ancient engines hurled the ship from Threnodi's shadow, while its escorts emerged behind it in a narrowing attack wedge. The Carcharodon fleet struck the Tyranid rear at execution range. The Nikkor's prow batteries fired first. Plasma erupted across the void and hit a feeder vessel through its central mass. Living armor vaporized. The discharge continued into the creature's internal chambers, boiling nutrient fluids and bursting organs from within. The vessel expanded. Its shell split apart as superheated gases and liquefied tissue escaped. Reproductive sacs ruptured, releasing malformed organisms already on fire. Macro batteries followed. Shells opened the bioship's lower body in a chain of detonations. Chitin plates spun away into space, each large enough to crush an orbital hab. Internal structures spilled after them, connected by ropes of muscle, until secondary explosions tore them free. Carcharodon escorts moved through the debris without breaking formation. They fired no challenges. Their weapons spoke for them. "Boarding solutions locked," said Krail. Tyberos lowered his hand. Launch bays opened along the Nikkor's flanks. Boarding torpedoes entered the void. Raukura felt the first impact through his armor. The torpedo struck the Synapse cruiser and drove through layers of chitin, muscle, and dense internal bone. Restraint braces locked around the Red Brethren as the vessel decelerated. The sound was not metal striking armor. It was a succession of wet ruptures, each accompanied by pressure waves that shook blood from the torpedo's seams. The prow charge detonated. Flesh became mist. The assault ramp opened into darkness. Raukura advanced first. The corridor beyond was alive. Its walls contracted around thick vascular bundles. Smaller veins pulsed beneath translucent membranes. Digestive slime covered the floor, rising above his boots as the ship's muscles convulsed around the wound. His armor identified toxins, acids, and spores. None penetrated the seals. The Red Brethren entered behind him. 2 carried heavy flamers. 3 bore chain fists. The others raised storm bolters and covered the branching passages ahead. Raukura signaled, "Advance." No words crossed the squad channel. The first gaunts came through an opening that unfolded from the wall. Dozens became hundreds. They poured into the corridor on hooked limbs, bodies low, jaws wide, their weapons flexed as though breathing. Raukura saw. The first flesh bore a swarm launch. The heavy flamers fired. Promethium filled the passage. Gaunts became black silhouettes inside the fire. Chitin cracked. Limbs curled inward. Organisms continued crawling after their eyes burst, and their muscle tissue charred, driven forward by the synaptic pressure flooding the bioship. Storm bolters opened fire. Mass reactive shells detonated inside packed bodies. Torsos burst. Heads vanished. Fragments of claw and rib struck Terminator armor like hail. The Red Brethren advanced through the burning remains. A sphincter door contracted across their path. Brother Mako stepped forward. His chain fist engaged with a rising metallic shriek. Teeth bit into living tissue, opening muscle and cartilage in a spray of dark fluid. The ship reacted. The walls clenched. A psychic pulse moved through the corridor, strong enough to blur Raukura's vision. Mako cut deeper. The door opened beneath the blade. They passed into a chamber lined with cysts. Every cyst ruptured at once. Tyranid warriors emerged coated in birth fluid. Their bodies unfolded to twice the height of a man. Bone blades extended from their upper limbs, while living guns spasmed in their lower claws. Raukura fired into the nearest creature. The first shell broke chitin. The second entered its chest. The third detonated inside, spraying organs across the wall. The remaining warriors charged. Bone blades struck Terminator plate hard enough to shear decorative ridges and crack ceramite. Chain fists answered, cutting limbs from bodies and opening ribbed thoraxes. One warrior lost its head and continued fighting until a storm bolter burst, destroyed its synaptic trunk. Flesh-borer beetles flooded the chamber. They crawled over armor, searching for seals and damaged joints. Raukura crushed them beneath his gauntlets. Others entered between plate segments and died inside the Electu fields, protecting the armor's inner layers. A wall burst open. The Carnifex came through sideways, using its crushing claws to tear the chamber apart around it. Brother Uru turned too slowly. The creature struck him across the breastplate and drove him into the floor. His armor cracked beneath the impact. The Carnifex planted one hoof against his lower body and closed both claws around his torso. Uru fired upward. Stormbolter shells tore into the monster's throat. It pulled. Tactical dreadnought plates separated at the waist. Cables snapped. Armor seals burst. Uru's spine stretched and came apart inside his body. His entrails spilled across the floor in thick loops, followed by both secondary organs and the lower half of one lung. He remained alive. His gauntlet clawed at the Carnifex's leg, while blood flooded his helm. Rippers emerged from the chamber walls and swarmed into the rupture. They entered his abdomen, pulling intestines apart and forcing themselves into his exposed chest cavity. One disappeared beneath his ribcage. Another tore through a secondary heart while it was still beating. Uru's life rune darkened. The Red Brethren did not stop. Melter fire struck the Carnifex's shoulder. Armor became incandescent fluid. Raukura drove his chain fist into the wound and activated the mechanism. The creature convulsed as the teeth destroyed bone and muscle. It turned toward him. The chamber shook. A teleport flare burned through the darkness. Tyberos arrived inside the central nerve chamber beyond them. Raukura saw him through a fractured wall of muscle. For one moment, the Shade Lord stood motionless amid a brood of Tyranid warriors. Then he moved. His speed made the helm display stutter. Hunger closed around the first warrior's upper body. Powered talons penetrated chitin, then spread apart. The creature opened from shoulder to pelvis, organs spilling in ropes around Tyberos' arm. Slake struck the second beneath the jaw. The chain mechanism engaged inside the skull. Bone, brain tissue, and teeth erupted from the back of the creature's head. A third warrior brought down both bone blades. Tyberos stepped inside the blow. He severed all four of its arms before the weapons completed their descent, turned and drove Hunger through the thorax of the creature behind it. Raukura had seen the Shade Lord kill for centuries. The sight remained difficult to understand. Tyberos did not fight as though his armor possessed weight. He passed through the brood in short, exact movements, each death, creating the opening for the next. Limbs fell, thoraxes opened, heads struck the floor before bodies understood they were dead. The primary synapse organism descended from the nerve chamber's upper cavity. It was larger than the warriors, its cranial armor swollen around a pulsating psychic cortex. Feeder tendrils spread from its mouth. 4 limbs ended in hooked blades, while a second rib cage flexed beneath its torso. It struck Tyberos with enough force to crack the chamber floor. He absorbed the impact. Hunger trapped one bladed limb. Slake entered the organism's chest. Tyberos activated the chain mechanism. The weapon screamed inside the creature. Teeth chewed through organs, spine, and reinforced cartilage. Tyberos dragged the blade upward. The synapse beast opened from sternum to skull. Its cranial mass came apart in wet fragments, collapsing over his armor. Across the bioship, the lesser organisms faltered. Some froze. Others turned upon one another. Raukura signaled the demolition teams. Melter charges were driven into the ship's cardiac chambers. Timers awakened. The Red Brethren gathered around the teleport homers while the living vessel convulsed. The last image Raukura saw before extraction was Uru's upper body disappearing beneath the rippers. The charges detonated. The bioship's hearts became suns. The Synapse cruiser tore itself open from within. Imperial command decks erupted with cheers as the Tyranid vanguard collapsed. Broken organisms drifted through the lower system. The remaining escorts lost cohesion and were cut apart beneath Mordaine's batteries. Admiral Bale stood from his throne. "The vanguard is destroyed," he said. "Signal the planet. First blood belongs to Neroth." On the Nikor, no one celebrated. Takahurangi watched the main Tyranid formation alter. The bioships shifted beyond weapons range. Thick-shelled organisms moved to the fore where macro fire had struck most effectively. Synapse vessels withdrew deeper into the swarm. Spore carriers changed their descent angles. Living cruisers widened their spacing around the vectors used by the Carcharodon escorts. The enemy had recorded everything: defense laser reach, macro cannon intervals, void shield recovery, torpedo patterns, teleport delay, boarding strength, ammunition expenditure. The destroyed vanguard had not failed. It had fed the hive mind information. Thousands of mycetic spores separated from the approaching fleet. Each adjusted course, not toward population centers at random, toward defense stations, armories, command citadels, reactor complexes, and artillery reserves exposed by the battle. Across the auger display, the invasion reorganized itself around what it had learned. Takahurangi felt the shadow deepen. The first feeding had been theirs. The first mycetic spore struck Hive Narthex hard enough to bury itself through 9 hab levels. Ferrocrete became dust. Support columns sheared through occupied chambers. Entire tenements folded into one another as the impact drove downward, crushing sleeping families, labor shifts, and militia mustering halls beneath millions of tons of debris. For 3 heartbeats, nothing moved inside the crater. Then the spore opened. Its armored shell split along muscular seams. Membranes peeled outward through smoke and pulverized stone. Hormagaunts poured from the cavity in a shrieking tide, their hooked limbs finding purchase on walls still collapsing around them. Other spores burst before reaching the ground. They ruptured in the upper atmosphere, scattering broods of winged organisms across the burning sky. Gargoyles unfurled leathery wings amid clouds of steaming amniotic fluid and descended through the smog in numbers that made daylight flicker. From the command citadel beneath Hive Pelagos, Lord General Odrin Kern watched the invasion become weather. The planetary hololith could no longer display every contact. Tactical runes overlapped until continents disappeared beneath red warning glyphs. Orbital cogitators assigned fresh designations and lost them again as spores divided, creatures dispersed, and formations dissolved into the scale of planetary war. Confirm total atmospheric penetration, Kern ordered. The primary defense adept did not look away from his console. Impossible, Lord General. Estimate: more than 200,000 major spores. Lesser contacts are beyond reliable. Enumeration. Kern's augmetic eye clicked as it studied the storm of symbols. Upper air batteries? Engaged. Orbital support? Reduced. The fleet is occupied below the system plane. Then the ground war begins without it. He said the words as though announcing a change of shift. Across Neroth Prime, warning klaxons howled from spires, manufactoria, and mine shafts. Cathedral bells joined them, tolling beneath skies filled with fire. Hydra batteries opened first. 4 long-barreled autocannons on each turret elevated toward the descending broods. Their machine spirits received target blessings from red-robed engine seers. Gun crews locked harnesses, fed ammunition belts into hungry mechanisms, and began firing. Tracer streams crossed the heavens. Gargoyles burst apart by the hundred. Wings tore free. Chitin fragmented. Burning bodies fell through industrial haze and struck the hive roofs like bloody hail. The creatures did not descend helplessly. They spat living ammunition as they came. Flesh-borer organisms crossed the distance on buzzing wings and threw themselves against gun crews. Some shattered upon flak armor. Others found mouths, eyes, or the seams beneath helmets. A gunner on Hydra Battery St. Gaius slapped both hands over his face. Something moved beneath his left eyelid. He screamed and fell away from the loading mechanism. His fingers dug into the socket as the beetle forced itself behind the eye and began eating inward. Blood ran between his knuckles. He tore the eye free with his own hand, but the organism had already entered the skull. The gunner convulsed beside the turret while his crew continued firing. No one had time to kill him. Manticores launched from protected revetments beyond the hive walls. Storm Eagle rockets rose through the smoke, split into guided submunitions, and detonated among the descending spores. The sky opened in layered fire. One mycetic capsule burst before deployment. Its internal organisms were thrown outward in pieces, still twitching as they burned. Another lost its lower shell and struck a reservoir district half alive. The impact collapsed 2 purification towers. Acidic fluid spilled from the dead spore and flowed through the water system. Pipes softened. Filtration machines dissolved around the technicians operating them. Men died coughing pink foam while the poison spread toward millions of sealed ration cisterns. Kern watched casualty forecasts increase. Civilian losses rose first. Then came the outer defense lines. Colonel Joran Malvek received the Tyranid charge from Trench Complex Ashfall. The trenches stretched across 80 kilometers of blasted industrial plain south of Hive Pelagos. Infantry battalions occupied firing steps beneath rusted armor plates. Heavy weapon teams covered minefields, wire entanglements, and pre-sighted artillery zones. Malvek stood inside a reinforced command pit and listened to the guns. Earthshaker shells crossed overhead, with the sound of a world being torn open. They fell among the approaching Tyranids and lifted entire sections of the swarm into the air. Gaunts vanished beneath columns of mud, chitin and flame. The gaps closed before the smoke cleared. Range? 800 meters, said the fire control officer. Malvek looked through his magnoculars. The ground moved. Hormagaunts came across it in layers. The first ranks died on mines and disappeared beneath their own formation. The second leapt over them. The third climbed across the bodies of the second when autocannon fire cut them down. Tyranid warriors strode behind the lesser creatures. Their swollen cranial crests rose above the swarm. Living weapons flexed in their claws, pulsing with internal pressure. They advanced with no concern for cover, because the bodies before them were cover. Infantry volleys, Malvek said. Red lamps ignited along the trenches. The defenders raised their lasguns. Present. Thousands of weapon muzzles aligned. Fire. The first volley struck the swarm as a wall of red light. Hormagaunts burned. Limbs came away. Skulls opened beneath concentrated lasfire. Bodies tumbled and were immediately trampled into the mud. The second volley followed, then the third. The creatures continued coming. A gaunt reached the outer wire with half its head missing. It threw itself onto the barrier, cutting its own abdomen open across the razors. Another climbed, over it, then 5, then scores. Heavy bolters began firing. Mass reactive rounds detonated among packed bodies. Chitin, bone and organs sprayed across the barricades. The trenches filled with the smell of propellant and cooked alien meat. Range? 200 meters. Malvek lowered his magnoculars. Bayonets. The order passed down the line. Soldiers fixed blades with shaking hands. The Tyranids crossed the final distance. Hormagaunts vaulted the parapets. One landed among a Lascanon team and removed the loader's head with a sideways sweep of its talon. The skull struck the trench wall hard enough to burst, leaving a fan of blood and brain matter across the sandbags. Another creature drove both scything limbs through a rifleman's chest. It lifted him from the ground while his boots kicked against empty air. The gaunt tore its limbs apart, opening the man from sternum to pelvis. His intestines dropped into the trench before the rest of him. The defenders fought at arm's reach. Lasguns fired into mouths and eye clusters. Bayonets entered softer joints beneath chitin plates. Men used entrenching tools when their weapons failed. Gaunts bit through wrists, faces, and throats. A sergeant lost his lower jaw to a talon strike. He remained standing long enough to thrust a grenade into the creature's thorax. The blast killed them both and showered the firing step with teeth. Then, the living ammunition arrived. Flesh-borer beetles swept over the trench in buzzing clouds. They struck exposed faces and burrowed through skin. One soldier collapsed with both hands clamped around his throat as organisms chewed toward his spine. Another rammed his bayonet into his own nostril, trying to reach the thing moving behind his cheekbone. Malvek drew his bolt pistol. A beetle landed on his adjutant's eye. The man had time to shout once. Malvek shot him through the head before the creature entered deeper. The bolt round detonated behind the face. Bone fragments and brain tissue struck the command pit wall. "Seal the inner trench," Malvek ordered. "Colonel, we still have companies forward." "They are no longer forward. They are dead." The blast doors closed. Death spitter organisms began firing from beyond the wire. Their projectiles struck like sacks of pressurized bile. One burst across a Lehman Russ turret and coated the hull in corrosive organisms. Armor blackened. Vision blocks dissolved. The commander tried to escape through the cupola and lost both hands when the metal around the hatch became liquid. The tank remained operational for another minute. Then a barbed strangler projectile struck the rear deck. The seed organism punched through an engine vent and rooted itself inside the crew compartment. Thorned growths expanded with explosive speed. Vines entered mouths and armor gaps. They pierced the driver's abdomen and filled his body with branching fibers. They grew through the gunner's chest, splitting ribs outward until bone tore through his uniform. The commander managed to open the hatch before a thorn emerged through his spine and pushed his skull against the turret roof. The tank stopped. Green-black vines forced themselves through every seam. The outer trenches vanished beneath the swarm. Kern saw the defense line change from amber to black on the hololith. "Colonel Malvek?" he asked. No Vox response. "Artillery designation?" Still transmitting from the trench's command cogitator. Kern considered the advancing red mass. "Fire on Ashfall." The artillery liaison hesitated. "There may be survivors." "There are targets." The first basilisk salvo landed moments later. Trench complex Ashfall disappeared beneath earth, fire and bodies. For the next 6 hours, the Carcharodons prevented the collapse of the lower continent. They did not reinforce trenches. They did not hold walls. They removed the mines guiding the swarm. Raukura stood within the teleportarium of the strike cruiser Void Reaper, surrounded by the Red Brethren and 3 squads of Carcharodon Terminators. Target runes shifted across his helm display as Tekahurangi identified synaptic concentrations from orbit. A warrior brood appeared on the retinal feed. Grid coordinates followed. Raukura raised one fist. The teleportarium ignited. Reality became pain and white fire. He materialized amid the enemy. The Tyranid warriors had been advancing through an artillery park. Their living guns were turning toward the gun crews when the Carcharodons appeared among them. Raukura fired before full sensation returned. Stormbolter rounds entered the nearest warrior's side and burst inside its thorax. The creature folded around the explosions. The Red Brethren spread in a practiced pattern. Chain fists cut through bladed limbs. Heavy flamers turned gaunts into running torches. One Terminator drove a power fist through a warrior's chest and withdrew with the creature's spine clenched in his gauntlet. The synapse brood died in seconds. The effect spread immediately. Nearby gaunts halted. Some attacked the nearest movement without distinction. Others began feeding upon the dead. A Carnifex turned away from the artillery batteries and charged through its own lesser organisms, crushing them beneath its weight. Raukura activated his Homer. The Carcharodons vanished before the swarm recovered. Imperial basilisks fired into the disordered mass. Earthshaker shells transformed the killing ground into a basin of pulped flesh. The pattern repeated across Neroth. A teleport strike, a severed synaptic node, a brief collapse into instinct. Artillery. Withdrawal. For hours, it worked. Then Bastion Hecaton reported Carnifexes at its outer wall. Hecaton guarded the southern transit routes into Hive Pelagos. Its defense works had been cut into a ridge of black stone and reinforced with adamantium gates, Lascanon emplacements, and interlocking demolition corridors. Tyberos stood within its command chamber. He had descended without honor guard, sermon, or declaration. The fortress officers crowded around the hololith, while the Shade Lord occupied the center of the room, like a siege tower given life. Raukura stood at his right. 3 Carnifex broods advanced toward the bastion. The monsters moved beneath screens of gaunts and gargoyles. Their plated bodies shrugged off autocannon fire. Heavy venom cannons mounted to several of them discharged living projectiles that struck the walls and burst into corrosive fragments. "Range markers reached," said Hecaton's commander. Tyberos watched the approach. "Fire Corridor 3. Lascanon batteries discharged from concealed embrasures. White beams struck the leading Carnifexes across knees, shoulders, and skull plates. One creature lost a forelimb and continued dragging itself forward. Another took a blast through the jaw, leaving its tongue and lower face hanging in charred strips. Melter teams rose from protected pits. Their weapons screamed at close range. Chitin became vapor. Dense muscle cooked inside the armor. A Carnifex collapsed with its thorax burning from within. The surviving beasts entered the prepared demolition channels. Tyberos closed one taloned hand. Charges detonated beneath them. Stone, fire, and alien bodies rose above the ridge. One monster flipped onto its back, legs thrashing. Red brethren emerged from bunkers and finished it with chain fists and point-blank melter-fire. Tyberos never left the command chamber. He did not need to. The Western Vox channel erupted with distress calls. Imperial cohorts were retreating toward Hecaton. Their columns appeared on external pict screens, thousands of soldiers and hundreds of vehicles racing along the fortress approach. Tyranids moved among them. Hormagaunts clung to tank hulls. Gargoyles descended on the infantry. Several transports burned. "Open the gates," demanded the fortress commander. Tyberos looked at the feed. "No. Those are loyal formations. They are breached. We can separate them inside the first courtyard." "You cannot." The commander turned toward Raukura as though expecting another answer. Raukura gave none. The retreating soldiers reached the outer barricades. They saw the gates remain closed. Vox traffic flooded the command chamber. "Hecaton, open. By the throne, open the gate. We have wounded." Xenos within the column. "Open, damn you." Tyberos marked the approach with one claw. "Whirlwinds." The fortress commander went pale. "There are 3 regiments outside. There is 1 infected mass." Missile launchers elevated behind the ridge. The first salvos rose into the sky and curved downward. The retreating soldiers saw them coming. Some continued running. Others stopped. A few dropped to their knees. While missiles struck, the road vanished beneath explosions. Tanks flipped into the air. Bodies disintegrated. Hormagaunts and guardsmen were torn apart together, their remains thrown against the closed gates in burning pieces. Artillery followed. Shells walked across the approach until nothing remained in motion. When the bombardment ended, a ridge of corpses and wrecked vehicles burned beyond Hecaton. Human limbs protruded from beneath Tyranid bodies. Blood ran downhill in steaming channels. Kern arrived by Vox projection. His image formed above the command table, distorted by atmospheric interference. "You destroyed 3 of my regiments." Tyberos regarded the fading battlefield feed. They were lost. They had reached the bastion. The enemy had reached the bastion through them. Kern's augmetic eye flared. "You could have opened the outer yard and purged it. The delay would have compromised the southern line. So you killed them. Yes?" The answer contained no pride, no apology. Tyberos looked upon the dead as Kerner might have looked upon expended ammunition crates after a successful barrage. "The gate remains sealed," the Shade Lord said. "The line remains intact. Their deaths purchased both." Kern's projection held his gaze. "You count men like shells. They are less predictable." An alarm sounded across the command chamber. External auspex magnified a figure descending beyond the corpse ridge. The hive tyrant came down on vast membranous wings. It landed outside Lascanon range, surrounded by circling gargoyles. Its body was taller than the Tyranid warriors, and armored beneath layered plates of pale chitin. 4 limbs carried living weapons and hooked blades. Its cranial crest pulsed with synaptic light. The gargoyles changed formation at its arrival. Their disordered broods became precise. They swept across the bastion's guns in coordinated waves, forcing hydras and heavy bolters to divide their fire. The hive tyrant did not advance. It watched Tyberos through the command chamber's armored aperture. Multiple eyes moved independently, measuring. Raukura saw targeting data pass through his helm. Distance, wind, thermal output. The tyrant remained beyond the effective reach of teleport homers and prepared kill corridors. It shifted its weight when Tyberos moved. Its head followed hunger, then Slake. "It recognizes him," the fortress commander whispered. Raukura corrected him. "It measures him." Tyberos stepped toward the viewing aperture. The hive tyrant spread its wings. For a moment, the entire bastion seemed to wait for it to attack. It did not. The creature launched itself upward and withdrew beneath a living shield of gargoyles. No challenge, no roar of hatred, no wounded pride compelled it to close. It had learned what it came to learn. Then every seismic alarm in Hecaton began screaming. New contacts appeared beneath the fortress. Not one tunnel, hundreds. The same reports flooded in from bastions across the continent. Trigons were rising through the mining shafts. Raveners were moving beneath artillery lines. Subterranean broods had passed under trench networks, while the surface armies fought for survival. Kern watched red indicators blossom beneath every principal defense position on Neroth. The invasion had not been hammering at the gates, it had been digging beneath them. The teleportarium screamed before the first warrior vanished. Raukura heard the machine spirit's distress through the deck, a rising metallic wail beneath the liturgies of the attending serfs. Blue-white lightning crawled across the chamber's bronze conduits. Incense smoke twisted into spirals above the activation dais. The coordinates had been verified 3 times. A synapse cluster beneath Manufactorum Keled. 4 Tyranid warriors. 2 broods of lesser organisms. No significant psychic interference. No subterranean contact within 500 meters. A clean kill. Raukura stood at the center of the teleportation grid with 12 warriors in tactical dreadnought plate. Their storm bolters were raised. Chain fists growled at idle. Melter guns rested against scorched breastplates. The machine priest overseeing the right lifted both augmetic hands. Translation vectors sanctified. Material coherence within accepted deviation. The Omnissiah knows the path. Tikahurangi stood outside the grid. He had not spoken since entering the chamber. His gaze remained fixed upon the coordinate runes projected above the floor. The tattoos across his face seemed darker beneath the strobing light. Raukura turned his helm toward him. "Speak." The chief librarian's eyes narrowed. "The shadow is quiet. Quiet is not absence. No." The teleportarium's capacitors reached full charge. Warning klaxons sounded. Raukura closed one fist. The activation rune descended. Reality tore him apart. There was no sensation of movement, no passage through distance. One moment he stood aboard the Void Reaper. The next, existence became heat, pressure, and the taste of blood across teeth that were not exposed. Something was wrong before his vision returned. His armor registered foreign matter inside the left knee assembly. An organism moved between the plate and the fiber bundles beneath. Raukura drove his chain fist into the joint before the creature could climb higher. The blade engaged inside his own armor. Teeth chewed through ceramite, cabling, and the thing beneath. Pain lanced through his leg as the mechanism clipped flesh. He did not cry out. Sight returned. The strike force had not materialized inside Manufactorum Keled. They stood within a chamber of translucent tissue. The walls pulsed with slow contractions. Veins wider than a man's body ran beneath membranes stretched overhead. Thick fluid covered the floor, black and warm, carrying half-digested bones through its current. The Tyranids had grown the chamber around the teleport coordinates. Brother Tain had emerged halfway inside the wall. His right side was visible. His left had fused with layers of muscle and hardened cartilage. The wall contracted around him. His armor groaned. Blood poured from his mouth grill as the living structure compressed his body from shoulder to hip. He raised his storm bolter. Fire! The weapon discharged twice before the wall crushed his arm into his torso. Mass reactive shells detonated inside the surrounding tissue, opening ragged cavities that immediately began to close. Brother Awaru materialized kneeling, not by choice. His lower legs had become part of the floor. Chitinous tendrils were already pushing through the seals around his greaves, entering the armor in search of flesh. He fired downward. The storm bolter rounds exploded beneath him. Fluid and fragments of his own armor erupted around his knees. The tendrils kept moving. Brother Koru arrived without his helm. Something had occupied the space where his head should have been. A pale feeder organism filled the gorget, its hooked limbs buried in his neck. It flexed once, splitting the warrior's jaw. Koru's hands rose toward it as the creature forced itself deeper. Raukura crossed the chamber in 3 strides. Hunger was not his weapon, nor slake, but his chain fist possessed teeth enough for mercy. He struck Koru through the throat. The blade removed the organism, the lower half of the Space Marine's face, and the upper section of his spine. Koru fell without a sound. The walls opened. Tyranids emerged from every surface. They had not waited in corridors. They had been gestated inside the chamber itself. Specialized gaunts dropped from membrane sacs, with limbs shaped like hooks and chisels. They ignored the exposed fronts of the Terminators. They swarmed low, striking at knee actuators, ammunition feeds, and the soft seals beneath gorgets. A creature climbed Brother Kawe's back and drove a narrow talon into the connection between helm and breastplate. The blade entered beneath the skull. Kawe fired blindly into the wall as his nervous system failed. Another organism wrapped itself around a stormbolter feed. Its abdomen ruptured, flooding the weapon housing with corrosive fluid. The ammunition belt cooked inside the casing. The first bolt detonated, then the rest. Brother Oro's forearm disappeared in a burst of metal and bone. The explosion opened his breastplate. Lesser organisms hurled themselves into the wound before he could turn. They entered him alive. Oro staggered backward, one gauntlet clawing at the broken armor, while shapes moved beneath the exposed muscles of his chest. His secondary heart burst first. Blood sprayed across the interior of his helm. Raukura fired into him. 3 rounds. The first opened the sternum. The second detonated among the organisms. The third destroyed both hearts and ended the struggle. "Formation black," Raukura ordered. The surviving Carcharodons drew inward. Stormbolters fired in disciplined arcs. Heavy flamer promethium washed across the walls, burning birth sacs before they could open. Chain fists cut through lesser organisms and the living chamber beneath them. Then the zoanthropes awakened. They hung above the strike force inside translucent bladders, their swollen skulls surrounded by twitching nerves. Their bodies were small beneath cranial plates large enough to contain the minds of entire lesser broods. The first psychic strike hit Brother Keeper. His armor remained intact. The warrior inside it did not. A force without heat or impact passed through the tactical dreadnought plate and compressed his body into the center of the suit. Bones shattered inward, organs ruptured. His skull collapsed between one heartbeat and the next. Blood jetted from every joint. The empty shell remained standing for a moment, packed with the liquefied remnants of the Space Marine it had protected for centuries. The second blast caught 2 warriors together. Brother Ihaka's left side vanished in violet light. Ceramite, flesh, and half his primary heart became vapor. The warrior beside him was hurled into the wall. Muscle closed around his armor and pulled him beneath the membrane before he could recover. The chamber began to rotate. No, Raukura realized. His inner ear had failed beneath the psychic pressure. Targeting runes multiplied across his helm display. Distances became impossible. The enemy appeared both meters away and beyond weapon range. Takaharangi's voice entered the squad channel through layers of distortion. "Withdraw!" Raukura fired at the nearest zoanthrope. The first shell curved away from the creature. The second stopped in the air and crushed itself flat. The third returned along its own trajectory. It struck Brother Mahuta beneath the chin and detonated inside his helm. His head disappeared in a burst of blood and fragments of blackened bone. "Withdrawal confirmed," Raukura said. The word carried no shame. The coordinates had been poisoned. The battlefield belonged to the enemy. Pride did not justify expenditure. He activated the emergency beacon. Nothing answered. The zoanthropes had folded psychic pressure across the teleport channel. Brother Awaru was still fused to the floor. "Leave me," he said. Raukura looked toward him. The warrior had cut away both trapped legs. Blood pumped from the open armor beneath his thighs. He braced his chain fist against the floor while the specialized gaunts closed around him. Raukura transmitted the final acknowledgement. "Depth, remember you?" Awaru opened his heavy flamer's reserve valve. Promethium flooded the chamber around him. Raukura turned away as the warrior ignited it. Fire consumed the floor, the Gaunts and Awaru together. The blast weakened the psychic field for less than a heartbeat. It was enough. The teleportarium found them. Raukura and 5 surviving warriors vanished as the living chamber folded inward around the dead. They returned aboard the Void Reaper amid lightning and screams. One of the survivors arrived without an arm. Another materialized with part of a Tyranid feeder limb fused through his abdomen. Apothecaries dragged him from the grid as the organism continued biting inside the wound. Raukura remained standing. Blood ran from his damaged knee. Takahurangi watched the returning warriors with an expression that contained no surprise. "You knew," Raukura said. "I suspected. You allowed translation." The Shade Lord required confirmation. Raukura looked down at the scraps of alien tissue caught in the teeth of his chain fist. 8 brothers. Confirmation has a cost. Raukura moved toward the librarian. The surviving Red Brethren watched in silence. "You speak like him." Takahurangi wiped blood from beneath one nostril. "We have survived because some lessons are purchased only once." He turned toward the tactical hololith. The winged hive tyrant appeared as a distant thermal distortion on the lower continent. It stood within the remains of a collapsed extraction tower, surrounded by warrior broods and the bulbous forms of zoanthropes. The same cranial profile, the same hooked wings, the same creature that had watched Tyberos at Hecaton. It had directed the ambush from beyond artillery range. It had not exposed itself to teleport assault. It had used one synapse cluster as bait and concealed another beneath layers of psychic interference. Raukura studied its image. "It remembers." "No," Tekahurangi said. "The greater mind remembers through it." The tyrant turned its head toward the orbital pick drone, observing from the upper atmosphere. For an instant, one eye faced the lens. Then a cloud of gargoyles rose around it, and the creature disappeared. Across Neroth, the voxnet filled with the death cries of Hive Narthex. Lord General Odrin Kern listened from beneath Pelagos, while 3 billion subjects called for aid. The Hive's lower manufactoria had been penetrated through mining shafts and waste tunnels. Raveners moved through the foundation levels. Genestealer broods had entered the habstacks through ventilation channels. Entire labor districts had vanished from the census grid without firing a distress signal. The surviving Narthex defense commander appeared above Kern's command table. General Paldor Lai had lost his cap. Blood streaked one side of his face. Behind him, officers moved between sparking consoles while something struck repeatedly against the sealed command doors. "Lower reactors are compromised," Lai said. "We have sealed the industrial spine, but the Xenos are climbing through the coolant galleries. I have 9 armored regiments intact and 12 artillery groups in the northern districts." A violent impact shook his bunker. Dust fell through the projection. "We can still hold," Lai continued. "We require reinforcement at the east transit causeways and clearance to withdraw the armor from the lower tiers." Kern looked toward the Karkaradan rune representing Tyberos. The Shade Lord's voice came through the Strategium Vox. "Narthex receives nothing." Lai heard the answer. For several seconds, he appeared not to understand it. "My Lord Astartes, the Hive possesses functioning guns. My formations can be extracted." "No." Kern leaned over the hololith. "The surviving artillery covers the eastern continent. If Narthex falls immediately, the swarm will reach the Promethean Basin before the reserves can reposition." "The Hive will not fall immediately," Tyberos said. "You have denied it reinforcement. It will fight because it cannot leave." The command doors behind Lai buckled inward. Claws appeared through the metal. The general turned, drew his bolt pistol, and fired at the opening. His projection filled with smoke. Kern muted the channel before the screaming began. 9 armored regiments," he said. 12 artillery groups, trained crews, experienced officers. All committed to a position you have judged indefensible. To a position the enemy has judged desirable? Kern's augmetic eye focused. Then permit evacuation through the western transit line. The armor can reach Pelagos within 18 hours. The western fuel depots are empty. Kern looked toward his logistics officers. None met his gaze. He opened the planetary resource display. Fuel reserves had been redirected during the previous cycle. Promethium from Narthex now flowed toward 3 regions on the lower continent. Transport locomotives had been reassigned. Atmospheric lifters sat grounded without aviation spirit. Tyberos had not merely denied the evacuation. He had made it impossible before the request was spoken. Kern enlarged the 3 destination zones: Reef Primus, Reef Secundus, Reef Tertius. Each was built around a false command nexus, surrounded by trench systems, artillery parks, armor depots, and millions of soldiers. The formations were too dense, the supply dumps too visible, the thermal signatures too great to conceal. Kern understood. You are making feeding grounds. Tyberos stood within the Nikor's strategium, his image transmitted at full scale. The black lenses of his helm reflected the same planetary display. Dead reefs. Those are defensive concentrations. They are both. Kern examined the troop movements. The reefs were not designed to hold territory. Their approach corridors had been left open. Habitation districts lay behind each defensive ring, still filled with workers, families, the infirm, and the unarmed. The populations had not been moved into shelters farther north. They had been herded toward the reefs. Heat, sound, weapons discharge, fear. Millions of minds compressed into predetermined zones, while the shadow in the warp intensified around them. Kern's mouth hardened. You denied evacuation to increase the bait. To concentrate the enemy. Hundreds of millions of civilians. Biomass. They are Imperial subjects. To Leviathan, there is no distinction. There is to us. Tyberos remained silent. That silence was answer enough. Kern looked at the command officers surrounding him. Some had begun to understand. Others stared at the hololith with the stunned vacancy of men witnessing their own execution orders. You expect the swarm to descend upon these reefs? Yes. And while it feeds, we remove its synaptic structure, then we burn what remains. The defenders will still be there? Yes. A colonel near the rear of the chamber stepped away from his station. My regiment is assigned to Reef Secundus. Kern turned toward him. The officer's face had gone grey. My sons serve in the command cohort, he said. My entire bloodline is within the western Habs. The strategium doors opened. 3 red brethren entered. They did not raise their weapons. They did not need to. Their tactical dreadnought plates scraped the doorframe. Storm bolters rested across their chests. The teeth of their chain fists turned once and stopped. The colonel looked at them, then back at Kerner. The Lord General spoke carefully. Return to your station. The officer swallowed. My lord, return. He obeyed. Across Neroth, Carcharodon Terminators entered command bunkers, artillery nexuses, and armor headquarters. They positioned themselves behind officers whose compliance had become uncertain. No threats were transmitted. No executions were required. The dead reefs began to form. Cohorts withdrew according to false reinforcement orders. Armored regiments concentrated in valleys chosen for their ability to channel the swarm. Artillery pieces were dug into circular firing pits, with ammunition stockpiles stacked openly around them. Civilians were directed into shelter districts adjacent to the defensive zones. They believed the guns would protect them. Priests told them the Emperor had selected the reefs as sanctuaries. Administratum loudhailers promised food, water, and evacuation priority. The gates closed behind them. Takahurangi felt their fear from orbit. It rose through the shadow like heat from a body. Millions of minds, praying, cursing, calling for parents, brothers, and sons. The Tyranids felt it too. Inside the shelters beneath Reef Primus, a Medicae orderly stopped beside a line of wounded soldiers. His name was Merrick Tal. He had served in the Hive infirmaries for 26 years. He had treated mine collapses, industrial burns, and radiation cancers. He had never carried a weapon. He placed one hand on a wounded soldier's shoulder. The fingers were too long. The wounded man looked up. Tal's jaw opened along hidden seams. A second set of teeth unfolded inside his mouth. The Genestealer hybrid seized the soldier by the skull and twisted until the neck broke. At the same instant, labor overseers, water technicians, and Medici attendants throughout the shelter levels abandoned their human disguises. Hidden claws tore through uniforms. Third arms unfolded from beneath robes. Pilgrims waiting in ration lines turned upon the men beside them. The first screams were mistaken for panic. Then the shelter lights died. Pure-strain Genestealers emerged from ventilation shafts. They fell among the civilians in silence. Claws opened bodies from throat to groin. Heads came away in sprays of arterial blood. Men were pulled upward into darkness and returned in pieces. Soldiers fired into packed refuge chambers, killing civilians and Xenos together as the Genestealers moved through the crowds faster than human eyes could follow. A childless old man hammered at a sealed blast door while something ate his legs behind him. A priest raised an aquila and shouted the Emperor's name. A talon entered beneath his chin and emerged from the crown of his skull. His body remained upright for a moment, still clutching the icon. At Reef Secundus, infected labor guilds opened armory gates from within. At Reef Tertius, Medici servitors injected wounded soldiers with organisms that hatched inside their blood. Across all three concentrations, refuge became slaughter. Kern watched the internal security feeds collapse one by one. He understood then that Tyberos had not created the reefs around populations. He had created the populations inside the reefs. The Carcharodons had not been surprised by the infestations. They had anticipated them. Every contaminated shelter, every screaming hab block, and every compromised regiment increased the psychic and biological signal. The bait was bleeding before the swarm arrived. Across the lower continent, the Tyranid advance stopped. Hormagaunts froze amid trenches. Gargoyles folded their wings and clung to ruined towers. Carnifexes halted beneath artillery fire. Even the subterranean organisms paused within the earth. For one heartbeat, Neroth became still. Then the hive mind turned its attention toward the dead reefs. Billions of organisms moved at once. The ground trembled beneath their advance. The skies darkened with wings, and every living thing on the lower continent began running toward the bait. From orbit, the war no longer resembled war. It resembled disease. Black tides moved across Neroth Prime's continents, swallowing mountain roads, mining plains, and the lower reaches of hive cities. Tyranid swarms spread around artillery zones and armored redoubts with the patient inevitability of blood filling a wound. Their advance could be seen through the planet's cloud cover wherever fire had burned the industrial smog away. The dead reefs shone against that darkness. Trench systems formed incandescent scars hundreds of kilometers long. Muzzle flashes pulsed through them. Artillery discharges rippled across the continents like storms trapped against the ground. Burning promethium pits marked positions already overrun, while columns of smoke rose high enough to stain the upper atmosphere. Lord General Odrin Kern watched the planetary hololith from the command citadel beneath Hive Pelagos. The casualty cogitators had surrendered first. Their brass-faced servitor raised its head from the casualty alcove. Confirmed military dead exceed 11 million. Its voice faltered. Internal gears clicked behind stitched lips. Reclassification engaged. The display changed. Losses would no longer be recorded by individual life. They would be counted in millions. Kern looked upon the burning continents without expression. How long has Reef Primus held? 7 hours beyond projected collapse, replied Colonel Hest. And Secundus? Artillery Command reports ammunition expenditure at 68%. Tertius? No answer came immediately. Kern's augmetic eye narrowed. Report. The tactical adept swallowed. Bio-Titan contact confirmed. Reef Primus had once been an agricultural basin. Industrial cultivation towers had covered the valley floor, feeding nutrient grain into Hive Pelagos through subterranean conveyors. Tyberos had converted those towers into observation posts and Lascanon nests. The irrigation channels had become trenches. The grain fields had been mined. Nothing living remained in the valley except men and monsters. Colonel Darren Voigt stood in the open cupola of his Lehman Russ command tank and watched the Tyranids cross the dead ground. The first ranks were already corpses. They remained upright because the swarms behind them pressed their bodies forward. Hormagaunts climbed across broken limbs and split chitin. Termagants crawled through pools of blood deep enough to cover their lower bodies. Warrior organisms moved among them, their crested skulls visible above the lesser breeds. "Gunner," Voigt said. "Target acquired. Battle cannon. Loaded. Fire." The Lehman Russ recoiled. Its main gun discharged into the packed swarm. The shell entered a mass of gaunts and detonated beneath them. Bodies rose in a fountain of shattered chitin, entrails and black blood. Several creatures landed behind the tank, still moving, their limbs working despite the absence of heads. The regiment fired with him. Battle cannons thundered across the line. Heavy bolters stitched explosive rounds through the approaching organisms. Plasma weapons turned knots of creatures into blue-white vapor. Punisher cannons fed entire ammunition drums into the swarm until their barrels glowed. The dead became terrain. Tyranids climbed. Dunes made from their own bodies. They slid down slopes of ruptured organs and broken exoskeletons. The valley floor vanished beneath mud churned from soil, blood, and pulverized flesh. "Distance?" Voigt demanded. 400 meters. Reverse by sections." The first tank company began withdrawing. The second continued firing. A living projectile struck the observation slit of a Lehman Russ to Voigt's left. The flesh-borer beetle ruptured against the reinforced glass, failed to penetrate, and crawled toward the nearest seam. More followed. They covered the tank in a buzzing layer. Several entered through the engine vents. Warning runes flared across the vehicle's hull. The crew within began screaming over the company vox. "They are inside. Seal the vents. They are in the engine compartment. Burn them out." The screams changed. Voigt saw hands hammering against the tank's vision blocks from within. The driver's face appeared behind one slit. Something moved beneath the man's cheek. His mouth opened, and a beetle crawled across his tongue before disappearing into his throat. The tank veered from formation. Its sponson gunner fired into another Imperial vehicle at point-blank range before dying at his station. The battle cannon discharged without aim and struck the trench line. Voigt's gunner cursed. "Leave it," Voigt ordered. Hormagaunts reached the damaged machine. They flowed over its hull, talons entering every opening. The commander emerged through the cupola, with his uniform torn open. A beetle had eaten through his abdomen and was moving beneath the skin of his chest. A gaunt caught him around the neck. His head came free. The body fell back into the tank while the swarm advanced over it. 200 meters, said Voigt's loader. Voigt lowered himself into the turret. Full reverse. Crush anything behind us. The Lehman Russ tracks engaged. They rolled across dead Tyranids and wounded guardsmen alike. Bones snapped beneath the treads. A soldier struck the rear hull with both hands, begging to be pulled aboard. The tank reversed over him before Voigt could see his face. Reef Secundus was dying by ammunition. The artillery regiments had fired for 13 hours without pause. Basilisk Earthshaker barrels glowed beneath cooling jackets.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Manticores sat empty beside scorched launch rails, while servitors dragged new Storm Eagle rockets from underground magazines. The crews no longer heard the guns. Blood ran from their ears. Some worked with ruptured eardrums and no sense of balance, loading shells by touch while the world lurched around them. Captain Holden Morn watched a loader collapse beside Basilisk St. Olva. The man fell face first across an Earthshaker shell and did not move. Replace him. A penal overseer drove 3 prisoners forward at shockmaul point. The first wore mining chains around both wrists. The second had lost most of his hair to chemical burns. The third stared at the artillery piece with the expression of a man already dead. Morn pointed to the loading cradle. Lift. The prisoners obeyed. They had no training. They required 4 attempts to seat the shell. The Basilisk's machine spirit growled at the delay. Charge! A propellant case was loaded behind the round. Seal. The breech closed. Fire. The Earthshaker discharged. The blast knocked 1 prisoner from his feet. Blood poured from his nose. The overseer struck him until he rose. The next shell arrived. Above the artillery park, the sky darkened. Morn looked up. Biovore spores descended without wings, drifting on gas bladders until they reached the gun lines. Hydra batteries turned toward them, but most of their ammunition had already been expended against gargoyle broods. The first spore struck beside St. Olva. It opened with a wet crack. Bone fragments exploded outward. They passed through flak armor, faces and throats. Morn saw a gunner's body remain standing after the top half of his skull had been removed. Grey matter slid down the back of his coat. A second organism burst against the loading crews. Acid followed the shrapnel. Men dissolved where they stood. Skins sloughed from hands and faces. 1 prisoner dropped to his knees, holding his own jaw after the flesh around it vanished. The bone came loose in his fingers. The Basilisk crews kept firing. Servitors dragged corpses from loading platforms and replaced them with new bodies. A Manticore rocket ignited while laborers were still securing it. The missile launched sideways. It crossed the artillery park at shoulder height, cutting men apart with its exhaust before striking a fuel bowser. Promethium erupted across 3 gun pits. Burning soldiers climbed from the emplacements. An officer shot them before they could reach the ammunition stores. Morn turned toward his Vox servitor. Request counter-battery suppression. The servitor's mouth opened. A biovore spore entered through it. The organism burst inside the servitor's head. Metal fragments, teeth and dead brain tissue struck Morn across the chest. Reef Tertius had no ammunition problem. Its guns still possessed shells. They simply lacked targets small enough to matter. The Hierodules entered the outer defense works first. They advanced on limbs thicker than battle tanks, their bodies armored beneath overlapping chitin plates. Biocannons fired from their torsos, each discharge tearing open bunkers and boiling men inside their armor. Behind them came the Hierophant. It rose above the battlefield like a moving fortress. Spear limbs punctured the ground with every step. Its carapace carried scars from orbital weapons and shadow sword fire, but the wounds leaked only rivers of dark blood before beginning to close. 3 shadow swords waited behind the final trench line. Their volcano cannons fired together. The beams struck the Hierophant's thorax. Chitin became incandescent. A crater opened through its armor, exposing pulsing organs beneath. The Bio-Titan staggered, 1 leg collapsing into a trench and crushing hundreds of defenders beneath its weight. The crews cheered. The Hierophant lifted itself. The exposed organs contracted. New tissue crawled across the wound. Then the creature fired. Bioacid swept across the shadow sword line. The first super-heavy tank vanished beneath the fluid. Adamantium armor softened and ran. The crew tried to escape through the rear hatches, but the interior had become an oven filled with corrosive steam. The second tank's commander emerged with his skin hanging from his face in sheets. A spear limb descended. It passed through the commander, the turret and the hull beneath him. The Hierophant lifted the shadow sword from the ground and cast it into the trenches. The tank landed upside down. Its ammunition detonated. The blast killed more Imperial soldiers than the Bio-Titan's strike. Raukura saw Reef Tertius collapse through his helm feed. He had no warriors to spare for it. The Carcharodon strike teams were already hunting Synapse creatures behind Primus and Secundus, repeating the decapitation pattern that had held the swarm hours earlier. The pattern no longer worked. Raukura materialized beside a warrior brood, directing an assault against an armored reserve. The Red Brethren killed them in less than 30 seconds. Chain fists opened thoraxes. Stormbolter shells burst cranial crests. The final warrior died with Raukura's gauntlet closed around its spine. The nearby gaunts faltered. For 3 heartbeats, confusion passed through the swarm. Then, another synaptic pressure settled across them. The creatures resumed advancing. A hidden warrior brood rose from beneath a ridge of corpses. The Carcharodons killed it. A zoanthrope cluster beyond the artillery line assumed control. Lascanon fire destroyed the zoanthropes. A winged synapse organism descended from the smoke and restored order again. The hive mind had layered its command structure. Every severed nerve exposed another beneath it. "The old method is exhausted," Raukura transmitted. Takaharangi answered from orbit. "Not exhausted. Understood." A new rune appeared across Raukura's display. Hierodule, Reef Primus. The creature had broken through the western armor line. Thunderhawks reached it first. The gunships descended through smoke and gargoyle broods, autocannons firing. Lascanon beams struck the Hierodule along its spine. Missiles detonated beneath the forward armor plates, cracking them apart and exposing steaming muscle. One Thunderhawk passed too close. The Hierodule's upper limb caught the aircraft beneath one wing. It ripped the gunship from the sky. The Thunderhawk struck the battlefield nose first. Its engines continued burning while the fuselage broke apart. Armored bodies tumbled from the wreck, some still strapped into their restraints. Tyberos descended from the surviving gunship. Raukura watched through the distant picked feed. The Shade Lord landed inside a trench already half filled with corpses. Hunger and Slake unfolded at his sides. Around him, defenders backed away without being ordered. The Hierodule turned. Its damaged thoracic plate hung loose, exposing ribs beneath. One forelimb had been charred by Lascanon fire. The other struck the ground and collapsed an entire section of trench. Tyberos advanced. The creature fired. Bioplasma struck the earth beside him. Men vanished inside green-white light. The trench became glass. Tyberos emerged through the blast. His armor smoked. The Hierodule's limb came down. He moved aside, but not fully. The edge of the strike caught his left pauldron and hurled him through a ferrocrete bunker. The structure collapsed around him. Raukura saw the Shade Lord's life rune flicker, then stabilize. The Hierodule advanced. Tyberos rose beneath it. The creature's underside hung above him like the roof of a cathedral made from flesh. Spear limbs hammered down, each impact opening trenches and pulping defenders beneath the soil. Tyberos closed with the wounded thorax. Hunger entered the broken plate. Its talons locked around a rib thick as an armored vehicle. The Hierodule reared. Tyberos remained attached. His boots left the ground as the creature twisted, trying to dislodge him. Slake engaged. Chain teeth entered the exposed tissue and began cutting upward. The sound carried through the nearby Vox pickups. Metal shrieked. The Hierodule screamed louder. A rear limb struck Tyberos against its own body. Armor cracked across his side. Blood appeared beneath one damaged seal. He did not release his grip. Hunger anchored him deeper. Slake carved through muscle, nerve bundles, and internal armor. Dark fluid poured over him in sheets. Parasite organisms spilled from ruptured sacs and crawled across his plate, forcing hooked mouths into weakened joints. Tyberos continued climbing. The Hierodule smashed itself against the ground. Its weight buried him beneath chitin and earth. For several seconds, the picked feed showed nothing but dust. Then a clawed gauntlet emerged through the wound. Tyberos pulled himself inside the creature. The Hierodule convulsed. Its limbs struck trenches without direction. One passed through a Lehman Russ and divided the tank through the engine block. Crewmen spilled from the opened hull in burning pieces. Beneath the thoracic plate, Slake's chain mechanism screamed toward the cranial cavity. The Shade Lord reached the brain at arm's length. He drove hunger into the nerve mass. The powered talons closed. The hierodule stopped. Its legs folded beneath it. The creature collapsed across the battlefield, crushing dead and living alike. Its skull struck the trench line and split along the jaw. Tyberos emerged through the broken thorax. Steaming ichor covered him from helm to boots. Pieces of nerve tissue hung from hunger. Slake's chain teeth continued turning, throwing fragments of brain and cartilage across the mud. The defenders of Reef Primus saw him. A cheer rose. It spread through the trenches, passed into the armor channels, and reached the command citadel beneath Pelagos. Kern heard soldiers invoking the Emperor and the Red Wake in the same breath. Reef Primus had held. The hierodule was dead. The western swarm had collapsed into disordered feeding. For the first time since the invasion began, the hololith showed the reef surrounded by blackened enemy runes instead of advancing ones. Tyberos looked upon the battlefield. The dead formed layers across the basin. Tyranids, guardsmen, tank crews, civilians dragged from the shelter districts. Enough flesh to feed a new invasion. The Shade Lord opened a channel to orbit. Lance designation Primus. Kern stood from the command throne. No. The word left him before discipline could stop it. Tyberos's image appeared above the hololith, armor dripping with alien blood. Primus remains operational, Kern said. Armored reserves are intact. The trenches can be reinforced. The concentration is complete. There are millions of loyal troops there. There is biomass. Kern struck the edge of the command table. They survived. Not for long. High above Neroth, a Carcharodon. Strike cruiser rotated toward the planet. Its lance batteries charged. White light gathered along the vessel's spine. Colonel Voight received the warning inside his Lehman Russ. He looked through the cupola at the sky. The clouds opened. Lance fire descended. Reef Primus became light. Trenches, tanks, corpses, and refugee districts vanished beneath columns of white fire. Earth turned to vapor. Armor became molten rain. Men disappeared so completely that no ash remained to mark where they had stood. The second lance struck the artillery basin. The third consumed the western shelter districts. Millions died without time to scream. When the light faded, Reef Primus was a field of glowing glass. Kern stared at the absence left on the hololith. The entire defensive concentration had ceased to exist. I will record this, he said. Tyberos remained motionless within the projection. Every order, every regiment, every loyal subject you murdered. Record what survives. I will submit it to the Segmentum authorities, the Inquisition, and the High Lords themselves. The Shade Lord's voice remained soft. Condemn me when the feeding ends. Seismic alarms interrupted them. At first, Kerner believed the bombardment had destabilized the continental crust. Then, the Mechanicus surveyors began transmitting. Movement spread beneath the glassed basin. Millions of smaller organisms had survived in tunnels below the lance strikes. Rippers and feeder beasts dragged bodies from the edges of the destroyed reef into subterranean passages. Where flesh had been burned, they consumed mineral residue, bone ash, and poisoned soil. The scans widened. Capillary roots descended through the crust. They had entered the mantle beneath 3 continents. Gestation chambers expanded inside abandoned mines. Digestive lakes filled caverns beneath the hives. Organic conduits linked the reefs to structures growing toward the upper atmosphere. Kern watched Neroth's planetary schematic change. Red biological networks spread beneath oceans, cities, and mountains. They wrapped around geothermal vents. They entered water tables. They pierced reactor foundations and mining shafts. The world was no longer territory contested by 2 armies. It had become anatomy. Neroth Prime was being hollowed, fed upon, and remade into an organ of the Tyranid fleet. The oldest mine beneath Neroth had no recorded bottom. Its first shafts had been cut before Hive Pelagos possessed a name. when the world's earliest colonists had driven iron drills into the crust in search of metals required for survival. Later generations widened the tunnels, sank new shafts beneath the old, and buried the first excavations behind bulkheads, shrines, and collapsed strata. The Administratum had forgotten them. The Tyranids had not. Synaptic pressure rose through those abandoned depths in slow, nauseating pulses. It moved through the rock, entered Vox systems as wet static, and made sanctioned minds dream of teeth closing around worlds. Tyberos stood before the primary descent cage. The damage to his armor had not been repaired. Fresh ceramite plates covered the worst breach along his left side, their unpainted surfaces pale beneath the mine's emergency lumens. Dried hydrodule ichor remained inside the joints of hunger and slake. The tech marines had removed what they could without dismantling the weapons. The rest had hardened into black residue around the chain housings. 30 red brethren waited behind him. Breacher squads stood among them in patched Mark V plate, boarding shields locked across their forearms. Tech marines carried servo harnesses fitted with drills, cutting torches and melter charges. Apothecaries bore empty progenoid caskets in anticipation of deaths not yet suffered. Takahurangi stood nearest the shaft. His eyes were closed. The mine breathed beneath him, not through air, through the shadow. "Depth?" Raukura asked. The chief librarian opened his eyes. "Beyond the surveyor range." That was not the question. Tekahurangi looked down into the dark. "It has grown around the old workings. The tunnels are no longer where the charts place them." Tyberos stepped onto the descent cage. "Then the charts are dead." The kill force followed. The platform lowered on chains thicker than a man's torso. Its engines had failed during the first days of the invasion. Servitors operated the descent manually from capstan wheels above, feeding the cage into darkness, one metallic groan at a time. Hive Pelagos vanished overhead. The lumen strips ended first. Then the reinforced mine walls gave way to untreated stone, fractured support beams, and ancient devotional carvings. Rusted icons of the Omnissiah stared from alcoves choked with fungal growth. Some had been covered by pale membrane. The air changed. Raukura's helm filters identified spores, human decomposition, digestive acids, and traces of promethium. Beneath those scents lay another odor: warm meat. The cage passed the first bodies after 7 minutes. They hung from cables beside the shaft, stripped to polished bone. Work harnesses remained fastened around empty rib cages. Helmets still covered skulls. Tools dangled from skeletal fingers, held together by hardened mucus. More corpses appeared below them. These retained flesh. Some had been opened along the spine and emptied. Others had been fused into the shaft walls, their limbs swallowed by translucent tissue spreading through the rock. One man moved. His torso protruded from a curtain of membrane. Everything below the ribs had dissolved into the wall. Clear fluid passed through veins that had grown into his chest. His eyes opened as the cage descended past him. "My lords," the words came through a throat partially filled with mucus. Raukura looked toward him. The man tried to raise one hand. The fingers had softened into red pulp. "Emperor keep you," he whispered. "Take me with you." Tyberos did not turn. The cage continued downward. The man began screaming after them. His voice followed through the shaft until distance reduced it to a thin echo. They reached the first surviving gallery and left the cage behind. The tunnel ahead had been widened by something larger than mining machinery. Curved claw marks crossed the stone. Thick roots of flesh entered the walls and pulsed with internal fluid. Breacher squads formed the forward line. Raukura moved behind them with Tyberos and Tekahurangi. Heavy flamers covered the flanks. Tech marines marked every junction with beacons and demolition sigils. The trapped humans became more numerous. Miners hung upside down inside transparent sacks. Others had been pressed into the walls in rows, their mouths left uncovered so they could breathe, while digestive mucus consumed them from the limbs inward. Their voices merged into a low chorus. Water, mercy, the Emperor, death. A man wearing the remains of an overseer's coat thrashed inside a growth beside the tunnel. One of his arms had dissolved to the shoulder. His abdomen was open, intestines suspended in the fluid around him without spilling free. He saw the Carcharodons and screamed. The sound carried through the mine. Something answered from far ahead. A clicking cry passed through the stone. The man screamed again. "Silence him," Raukura said. Brother Koro stepped from the formation. He placed one gauntlet around the overseer's skull. The man's eyes widened. "Mercy, Lord." Koro closed his hand. The skull collapsed with a wet crack. Bone fragments entered the brain. Blood and grey tissue spread across the membrane behind the corpse. Koro returned to formation. No one spoke. Tyberos continued forward. The first Genestealer came through a ventilation fissure above the point squad. It struck the lead breacher across the helm, claws cutting through one lens and the flesh beneath. The warrior fired his bolter upward while falling. Mass reactive rounds detonated inside the ceiling and filled the passage with stone fragments. More creatures emerged from the fissures. They had been waiting inside spaces too narrow for an armored man to enter. Genestealers dropped upon shields and pauldrons. Their claws searched for neck seals and armor joints. One drove both upper limbs through a breacher's backplate, opened the warrior from behind, and pulled his secondary heart through the rupture. The organ beat twice in the creature's claws. A stormbolter burst destroyed them both. The tunnel became gunfire and flesh. Bolter detonations threw chitin across the walls. Boarding shields struck bodies aside. Chain axes entered skulls, shoulders and thoraxes. Blood turned the stone black beneath the emergency lumens. A lictor unfolded from the wall beside Raukura. Its camouflage failed only when its feeder tendrils reached for his helm. Caught one talon beneath his chain fist. The weapon engaged. Teeth tore through the limb. The severed claw struck the floor and continued opening and closing. The lictor drove its remaining blade into Raukura's side. It found the armor damaged during the failed teleport assault. Pain burst through him. He seized the creature by the throat, dragged it against his breastplate, and fired his stormbolter into its abdomen. Shells detonated inside the body. The lictor came apart around his gauntlet, spraying organs and shredded muscle across his helm. "Contact rear," a breacher transmitted. The heavy flamers fired. Promethium filled the passage behind them. Genestealers caught in the blaze continued running. Their skin blackened. Chitin split beneath the heat. One reached a tech marine with its arms burned away and bit into the cables of his servo harness before a power axe divided its skull. The Carcharodons advanced through the furnace. Burning organisms crawled along the walls. Some had lost their lower bodies and dragged themselves forward on exposed ribs. Others struck blindly at the armor passing them. Raukura crushed them beneath his boots. The mine narrowed as they descended. Stone became living tissue. The walls flexed when touched. Fluids moved behind them. Tyranid growths had not merely occupied the tunnels, they had incorporated them. Takahurangi placed one palm against the wall. A psychic pulse struck him. He staggered. Raukura caught his shoulder before he fell. "What did you see?" "Not see." The librarian's pupils had widened until the eyes appeared almost black. "Feel. Speak plainly. This world is being taught to digest." The floor erupted. The Trigon came through beneath the forward squads. Stone, armor, and bodies rose together. The creature's head struck the tunnel roof and shattered it. Its segmented body filled the passage from wall to wall, plated in wet chitin, and crowned by mandibles long enough to cut through battle tanks. Two breaches vanished beneath its emergence. One was thrown against the ceiling. His armor broke at the waist. His upper body struck the ground several meters away, while his legs remained wedged in the rock. The Trigon's jaws closed around another warrior. They crushed the boarding shield against his chest. Metal entered his torso. The beast shook him until one arm tore free, then swallowed the upper half of the body. The tunnel was too confined for the Terminators to spread. Raukura fired into the creature's face. Stormbolter shells shattered across reinforced cranial plates. The Trigon lunged. Its lower mandible struck Raukura across the abdomen. The blow lifted him from the ground and drove him into the wall. His armor split along the old wound. Warning runes flooded his vision. The creature's jaw closed. One mandible passed beneath his left arm. The other struck the opposite side of his torso. Chitin edges bit into ceramite and began shearing inward. Raukura braced his chain fist between them. The weapon screamed. Teeth cut into the lower mandible. Black blood sprayed across his chest. The Trigon tightened its grip. Raukura felt ribs break beneath his armor. "Pin it," he transmitted. The Red Brethren obeyed. Brother Koro drove a chain fist into the creature's right forelimb. Another Terminator locked both power claws beneath a cranial ridge and pulled backward. Breachers fired melter guns into the exposed joints at point-blank range. White heat filled the tunnel. The Trigon convulsed. Its jaws opened enough for Raukura to fall free. He struck the ground, unable to rise. The creature thrashed inside the confined passage. Its tail smashed two Carcharodons against the wall. One disappeared beneath a collapse of stone and muscle. The other emerged with his helm crushed into his skull, blood pouring from the grill. Techmarine Otto planted a melter charge against the Trigon's breastplate. The beast struck him with one claw. Otto's servo harness tore away with his spine attached. The Techmarine landed face down, still attempting to activate the charge through an augmetic hand that no longer obeyed him. Raukura reached the detonator. He closed his fist around it. The charge fired. The Trigon's thoracic armor vanished in a burst of molten chitin. Muscle and rib structures opened beneath it. Tyberos entered the attack. He moved beneath the creature's striking limbs while the Red Brethren held them apart. Slake drove through the exposed cranial plate. The chain mechanism engaged inside the skull. The Trigon reared, dragging Tyberos upward with it. He hung from Slake, one arm buried in the creature's head, while its body hammered the tunnel apart. Hunger closed around the lower jaw. Powered talons penetrated the armor. Tyberos pulled. The mandible tore free with ropes of muscle and connective tissue trailing from it. The Trigon's mouth opened sideways. Teeth, tongue, and black blood spilled across the floor. Slake cut deeper. The creature's spasms became weaker. Tyberos dragged the blade through the center of the brain. The Trigon collapsed. Its body filled the passage, twitching while parasite organisms fled from ruptured vents along its flanks. Raukura forced himself upright. Tyberos looked toward him. Function? Reduced. Continue. Raukura followed. The mine opened beneath them. The first digestion cavern was so vast that the Carcharodon's Auspex beams could not find the far wall. Organic towers rose from lakes of enzyme fluid. They pulsed as they pumped rendered biomass through capillary tubes climbing toward the planet's surface. Bodies floated in the lakes, millions of them. Human corpses drifted beside Lehman Russ hulls, artillery carriages, and the remains of dead Tyranids. Enzymes had removed skin from some bodies while leaving uniforms intact. Others had dissolved to skeletons held together by strands of connective tissue. Entire armored companies had been emptied into the fluid. Tank hatches stood open. Crewmen floated nearby with their bones softened inside them. The air was filled with vapor from digested flesh. Takahurangi looked upward. Capillary towers disappeared into the dark, carrying the dead toward feeding structures reaching orbit. Kern's voice entered through the Vox. Survey confirms human life signs. Raukura magnified the nearest wall. Storage membranes covered it from floor to ceiling. Men hung inside them, thousands. Soldiers, miners, manufacturing workers and militia officers remained alive within translucent sacks. Tubes entered their mouths and abdomens. Their bodies had been preserved while the digestion pools processed easier material. Some saw the Carcharodons. Hands struck weakly against the membranes. Kern's voice hardened. There are trained personnel among them. Armor crews, artillery officers, Mechanicus labor specialists. Tyberos surveyed the cavern. Charges. The tech marines began moving toward the support columns. Kern understood. Shadelord, recovery vessels can descend through the primary shaft. No. We can secure the cavern. We cannot. You have already reached it. We have reached the target. We have not conquered it. Kern's projection flickered across Raukura's helm display. Those men can fight. They will delay us. They are Imperial soldiers. They are stored meat. A hand pressed against the membrane nearest Tyberos. The captive inside wore the remains of a tank officer's uniform. One leg had been removed below the hip. The tubes inside his chest pulsed with dark fluid. His lips formed a word. Save. Tyberos turned away. Melter charges were fixed to the cavern's supporting arches and geothermal conduits. Tech marines armed them in linked sequence. The prisoners understood. Panic spread through the membranes. Men struck at the sacks until their fingernails tore away. Others prayed. Some stared silently at the armored giants abandoning them. Kern's voice followed through the interference. I order you to recover those personnel. Tyberos answered without stopping. You command the dead above us. The Carcharodons withdrew into the upper tunnels. The charges detonated. Support columns became molten stone. Geothermal conduits ruptured. Magma entered the digestion caverns in incandescent streams. The prisoners died first. Membranes burst beneath the heat. Bodies fell into boiling enzyme lakes. Some were alive when the magma reached them. Their screams merged with the collapsing cavern until rock and fire erased both. Capillary towers folded. Biomass reservoirs ignited. The ceiling came down in sections the size of hive districts. Raukura watched the tunnels seal behind them. Tyberos had not saved the captives. He had rescued them from ownership. The distinction belonged only to the Carcharodons. They found the synaptic nexus beneath the deepest shaft. It filled a cathedral-sized chamber, a brain organism rooted into the planetary crust. Veins entered every wall. Bundles of nerves extended through the mind network. Its surface folded and unfolded beneath a translucent sheath, each contraction sending orders into the swarm above. Zoanthropes floated around it. Warrior broods guarded the approaches. The Red Brethren attacked. Heavy flamers burned the outer membranes. Stormbolters broke warriors apart. Takahurangi raised his force staff and drove psychic fire through the Zoanthrope's shielding. The shadow closed around him. Blood ran from his eyes. He continued. Raukura reached the nexus with the surviving breaches. Chain fists entered the sheath. Living tissue closed around the blades, trying to trap them. Tyberos struck the central mass. Hunger and Slake opened the synaptic organ from opposite sides. Takahurangi released a final psychic blow. The nexus died. Its death cry did not sound through the chamber. It crossed the planet. Every Tyranid organism above faltered. Then the psychic signal continued upward. Not a scream, a transmission. Takahurangi's face went still. Secondary nodes awakened across Neroth before the dead nexus finished collapsing. New synaptic pulses entered the swarm from concealed locations. The tactical display above the chamber changed. Thousands of organisms in the upper atmosphere turned away from the reefs. Boarding spores, feeder craft, living torpedoes, all altered course toward the same point in orbit. The Nikor. Raukura looked at the dead nexus. It exposed itself. Takahurangi listened to the shadow. Understanding came too late. Yes, the hive mind had not hidden its planetary heart. It had offered one. The nexus had drawn Tyberos, the Red Brethren, and the chief librarian beneath the crust, while the greater swarm found the vessel that carried them. Far above, the first boarding organisms began falling toward the Nikor. The first boarding spore struck the Nikor's port gun deck and buried itself 6 meters into the armor. Orden Krail felt the impact through the soles of his boots. The battle barge shuddered around him. Dust fell from the arming vault's ribbed ceiling. Chains swung above the silent ranks of empty warplate cradles. Somewhere beyond the bulkhead, Ancient metal screamed beneath stresses it had endured for 10,000 years and refused to accept without protest. A second impact followed, then another, then hundreds. The warning klaxons began. "Outer hull penetration," announced a servitor fixed into the vault wall. Its face had been replaced by a brass vox grill, but the remaining human eye rolled wildly inside its socket. "Multiple decks, port macro battery, forward launch bays, void shield housing, lower pilgrim galleries." Krail sealed his helm. "Defense cohort Kappa, with me." The mortal armsmen formed around him. Their carapace armor was black and unadorned. Shotguns rested against their shoulders. Autoguns, flamers and boarding pikes had been issued from armories that measured weapons more carefully than lives. The serfs did not ask where the Adeptus Astartes were. They knew. Their masters were beneath Neroth Prime, pursuing a synaptic signal that had revealed itself too readily. Only scattered Carcharodon squads remained aboard the battle barge. The rest of the Nikor belonged to its mortal crew. Krail drew his shotgun. It had once belonged to another serf captain. The man's name had been removed from the stock after his death. "Lower strategium," Krail ordered. "Seal every passage behind us." The arming vault doors opened. Heat rolled through them. The corridor beyond was already burning. A pressure wave hurled smoke, pieces of armor plating, and a severed human arm across the deck. The arm struck one of Krail's men in the chest and fell at his feet, the hand still gripping a loading tool. The point defense batteries fired outside the hull. Krail heard their reports through kilometers of ship structure. Quad-barreled turrets and close defense cannons filled the void around the Nikor with explosive shells. Thousands of Tyranid spores died before reaching the ship, bursting into clouds of frozen meat and chitin. Thousands more followed. They struck damaged armor where pyroacid had weakened the plates during the void battle. Some attached themselves to the hull and secreted corrosive fluids into the seams. Others opened like jaws and drove feeder tendrils through gun ports, maintenance ducts, and void shield housings. The Nikor fought them as a body fought infection. Turrets fired, bulkheads closed. Servitors walked into exposed compartments, carrying demolition charges. The ship still bled. Krail's cohort reached the first breach near Macro Battery Hall 7. The spore had grown through the outer wall. Its shell filled half the loading chamber, embedded between hydraulic rams and shell conveyors. Membranes pulsed across the broken armor. Organic tubes drank from severed coolant lines. Gaunts poured from an opening in its side. The loading crews had not abandoned their stations. Hundreds of gun serfs continued hauling macro shells along rail systems while the Tyranids butchered them. Their discipline had outlived reason. Overseers shouted the litany of unbroken function through brass-speaking horns as flesh-borer fire swept the deck. A shell loader lost both legs beneath a scything talon. He fell across the ammunition rail, intestines sliding from the opened ruin of his abdomen. The servitor behind him stepped over his body and continued pushing the macro shell toward the breach. "Line," Krail ordered. The armsmen formed across the entrance. "Fire!" Shotguns thundered. The first rank of gaunts disintegrated. Chitin fragments struck the spore behind them. Autogun fire cut through the creatures following, punching bloody cavities through limbs and torsos. The swarm closed anyway. Flesh-borer beetles launched from living weapons and crossed the chamber in buzzing clouds. An armsman beside Krail raised his forearm too late. The beetles struck his visor, throat and chest. Most shattered against armor. One found the seam beneath his jaw. The man dropped his shotgun and seized his neck. Something moved under the skin. It entered his mouth from within. His tongue bulged, split and emptied blood across his teeth. The beetle crawled deeper, chewing through the soft palate toward the skull. Krail shot him through the face. The shotgun blast removed everything above the upper jaw. "Advance." The cohort moved through the dying. Gaunts reached them among the shell rails. Boarding pikes held the first creatures back, while shotguns fired over the points. Men slipped in blood and were dragged beneath the swarm. One armsman fell beneath 3 gaunts. Their talons opened his breastplate. They pulled his ribs apart and fed while he screamed, burying their heads inside the cavity as his lungs collapsed around them. Krail fired until all 3 bodies stopped moving. The spore shuddered. More organisms were forming inside it. Promethium! A flamer operator stepped forward. The weapon ignited the opening. Fire rolled into the spore. Membranes contracted. Unborn organisms shrieked inside translucent sacs. Burning gaunts staggered from the cavity and collapsed across the loading deck. The shell crews continued their work around them. "Macro battery operational," shouted the overseer. Krail looked toward the gun breech. A shell entered the weapon. The entire hall recoiled when the battery fired. Dead men, Tyranids, and loose equipment jumped from the deck. The ruptured spore collapsed inward beneath the pressure wave. The machine spirit had received its offering. The Nikor's corridors became a labyrinth of sealed doors and interrupted routes. Infestation runes spread faster than damage crews could erase them. Deck maps changed by the minute. Entire passageways vanished behind emergency quarantine barriers. Other routes opened when claws tore through bulkheads from the far side. Krail led his cohort downward. Every chamber revealed another form of violation. Genestealers clung to shrine ceilings among devotional banners and carved bones. They descended upon maintenance crews, while tech priests continued chanting over wounded machinery. A magos stood before a ruptured plasma conduit, mechadendrites buried in its control housing. Fire burned through his robes. A genestealer landed behind him and drove 2 claws through his torso. The magos did not interrupt his canticle. Pressure equilibrium restored. Sacred circulation maintained. The motive force persists. The creature tore him in half. His upper body remained attached to the conduit by mechadendrites, continuing the rite while blood and machine oil drained together across the deck. Krail's armsmen fired into the ceiling. Genestealers fell in pieces. One landed among them with half its skull missing. It removed an armsman's head before Krail drove a boarding pike through its throat. The creature seized the shaft with all 4 hands and pulled itself closer. Krail abandoned the pike. A shotgun blast opened its thorax. Still it advanced. A second took off one arm. The third destroyed the pelvis and dropped it at his feet. The genestealer continued crawling until an armsman crushed its skull beneath a boot. The compartment doors began closing. "Quarantine sequence," warned the wall servitor. Men ran for the narrowing gap. Tyranids came behind them. The first bulkhead descended across a knot of gaunts. It crushed their bodies into a layer of blood and chitin beneath the adamantium edge. A wounded serf reached the threshold too late. The door caught him at the waist. He screamed as the metal closed through his spine and abdomen. His upper body remained on Krail's side, arms beating against the deck. The legs disappeared into the infested compartment. The second door locked. Silence followed. The wounded man tried to drag himself forward. His intestines trailed from the severed torso, looped around the lower edge of the bulkhead. Krail stepped over him. The man caught his ankle. "Captain!" Krail looked down. "Do not leave me." Something scratched beneath the deck. Rippers emerged from drainage slits around the dying man. They were small, eyeless things, with mouths disproportionate to their bodies. Krail fired once. The man's grip released. The Rippers began feeding before the echoes faded. Every sealed corridor created another obstacle. Defenders climbed over crushed heaps of Tyranids, and crewmen welded together by pressure and blood. Smaller organisms moved beneath those barricades. An armsman placed one boot upon a pile of bodies. A Ripper burst from the mass and fastened onto his calf. More followed. They crawled under his greave and stripped the muscle from his shin before the others could pull him free. His lower leg separated at the knee. He fell screaming into the heap. The bodies beneath him opened their mouths. Krail left him there. The first Carcharodons appeared near the lower armorium. 5 battle brothers advanced through smoke without speaking. Their Mark V plate was streaked with blood. Phobos pattern bolters fired in brief, controlled bursts. Each mass-reactive shell struck a selected target and detonated inside it. A gaunt's abdomen burst across the wall. A genestealer lost both legs and one lower arm. A warrior organism took 3 bolts through the cranial crest and collapsed before its living weapon finished discharging. The Space Marines did not slow. One carried a chain axe. He met a genestealer at the junction, allowed its claws to scrape across his pauldron, and buried the weapon through the creature's chest. Chain teeth caught on ribs, then tore through them. The blade exited beneath the lower spine in a shower of shredded organs. Krail moved aside. The Battle Brothers passed without acknowledging him. An apothecary followed. He knelt beside a fallen Carcharodon, whose armor had been opened from shoulder to abdomen. Rippers were already inside the corpse. The apothecary crushed them with one gauntlet. Their bodies burst across the dead warriors' hearts. He opened the ruined chest further. The reductor entered beneath the ribcage. Bone cracked. The tool withdrew, carrying the progenoid gland inside a sealed vial. A second gland followed. Only then did the apothecary rise. The corpse remained where it had fallen. The gene seed did not. Krail reached the lower strategium, with 32 armsmen remaining. He had begun with more than 100. The chamber doors sealed behind them. Smoke drifted beneath emergency lumens. Cogitator banks flashed with conflicting damage reports. The mortal officers who normally occupied the stations had armed themselves with pistols and work tools. The ship shook again. Something struck the outer door. Once, twice. The central hinge bent inward. Krail checked his shotgun. 4 shells. The armsmen formed firing lines. The door came apart. A broodlord entered through it. The creature unfolded from the smoke, taller and broader than the genestealers. Following it, its cranial ridge scraped the ceiling. 4 arms spread around a torso layered in scarred chitin. Blood covered its claws to the elbows. The first volley struck. Shotgun blasts and autogun fire tore across its body. The broodlord did not stop. It reached the line and killed 6 men with one sweep. Bodies opened at the waist. Torsos spun through the air, trailing intestines. Legs remained standing for an instant before collapsing beneath sprays of blood. An armsman fired a melter weapon from less than 2 meters away. The blast burned through the broodlord's shoulder and removed one upper arm. The creature seized the gunner by the head. Its fingers closed. The man's skull collapsed inside his helmet. Blood and brain matter jetted from the neck seal. The broodlord threw the corpse aside and continued. Krail fired. 1 shell struck the chest. Another broke teeth from the creature's inner jaw. The third entered an eye and burst behind it. The broodlord staggered. Its remaining upper claw caught Krail across the breastplate. He left the deck and struck a cogitator bank hard enough to crack it. Pain spread through his ribs. His shotgun slid away. The creature moved toward him. Around it, the last armsman died. One was lifted and bitten through the throat. Another was dragged beneath the broodlord and crushed under one clawed foot. The creature's weight forced the man's ribs through his back. Krail reached for his sidearm. Empty. The broodlord lowered its head. Teleport alarms began sounding. The creature turned. White light filled the strategium. Tyberos materialized in the smoke. Krail had seen the Shade Lord before. He had stood near him in arming vaults and command chambers. He had witnessed Tyberos at rest, if such a state existed for him. He had never seen him begin to kill. The broodlord attacked first. Tyberos met it halfway. Hunger caught the remaining upper arm. Powered talons closed through chitin and muscle. The limb came away at the shoulder. Slake struck beneath the ribcage. The chain mechanism activated. The sound resembled an industrial saw entering wet timber. The broodlord convulsed as the teeth traveled upward. Its thorax opened. Ribs became fragments. Organs spilled across Tyberos's arm in pulsing masses. The creature drove both lower claws into his side. They scraped across damaged plate. Tyberos seized its head with hunger. The talons penetrated the cranial ridge. He pulled. The skull split around Slake's rising chain blade. Brain tissue, teeth and pieces of ocular nerve sprayed across the strategium floor. The broodlord fell in sections. Tyberos stepped through them. Krail remained against the cogitator bank, unable to rise. The Shade Lord looked down at him. "Function?" Krail forced air into his lungs. "Yes, Lord." "Stand." He did. The teleportarium infestation had reached the machinery before Tyberos returned. Techmarine Otto discovered it from within a Medicae suspension cradle. His spinal column had been severed beneath Neroth. Apothecaries had stabilized what remained of his body, but his legs and lower torso no longer answered him. His mind still possessed access to the Nicor's noosphere. He entered the teleportarium systems through an augmetic interface and found biological nerves threaded through the targeting cogitators. Feeder organisms had grown around the frequency regulators. Tyranid synaptic tissue pulsed inside the coordinate engines. The infestation had sampled every recent translation, every destination, every delay, every internal passage used to move warriors between ship and surface. "It knows the ship," Otto transmitted. The report reached Tyberos in the lower strategium. "It has tasted the machine spirit's memory." "Purge," Tyberos said. Otto's mechanical lungs hissed. The outer teleportarium shares atmosphere with 9 inhabited decks. Destruction requires venting the section and overloading the primary capacitors. "How many?" 7,300 mortal crew, 200 wounded soldiers, 41 chapter serfs assigned to Gene Vault support. Krail listened. He knew men on those decks. He knew their bloodlines, duties, and replacement schedules. Tyberos offered no pause. "Do it." The atmosphere alarms sounded. Across the condemned decks, blast shutters sealed. Men ran toward doors that would not open. Wounded soldiers dragged themselves from Medicae cots. Serfs hammered on bulkheads, while the air began to move toward the venting ports. Prayers filled the Vox. Some invoked the Emperor, others called upon the ship. A few called Krail by name. The outer hull opened. Atmosphere left the Nicor in a roaring torrent. Bodies followed. Men were dragged through corridors, striking walls and doorframes before vanishing into the void. Blood streamed from ruptured lungs. Eyes froze. Mouths remained open around prayers that no longer possessed air. Otto overloaded the capacitors. The teleportarium died in blue fire. Biological nerves, machine components, and trapped Tyranid organisms burned together. The infestation ceased. The prayers ended. Krail stood beside Tyberos as the tactical display reformed. The greater Tyranid fleet surrounded the Nicor. Bioships filled every withdrawal vector. Living cruisers closed around the escorts. The shadow in the warp pressed against the navigator vaults, making translation impossible. No route remained to Neroth. No route remained away from it. Krail studied the narrowing sphere of enemy contacts. He expected an order to break through. He expected the battle barge to turn its prow toward the weakest section and spend ships, shells, and lives purchasing escape. Tyberos watched the swarm close. The black lenses of his helm reflected thousands of living vessels. "It has entered the killing ground," he whispered. The Tyranid fleet closed around the Nicor with the patience of a mouth. Living cruisers moved across every withdrawal vector. Their armored bodies eclipsed the stars and shed clouds of lesser organisms into the void. Feeder vessels crowded behind them, swollen with digestive chambers and embryonic broods. Farther out, larger shapes advanced beneath overlapping walls of escorts, their psychic signatures pressing against the system like a second gravity. Orden Krail watched the noose tighten from the lower strategium. The tactical hololith could not display the entire formation at once. Tyranid contacts overlapped in red layers, forming a pulsing sphere around the Carcharodon fleet. Imperial vessels appeared within it as scattered points of blue light, each surrounded by more enemies than its ammunition registers could account for. The mortal officers around Krail waited for an order to withdraw. Tyberos gave none. The Shade Lord stood before the rotating image of Neroth and Mordain. Dried blood covered the damaged plates along his side. The talons of hunger and slake remained folded, their mechanisms still slick with fragments of the Broodlord killed within the ship. "Display enemy mass by synaptic output," Tyberos said. A serf obeyed. The red sphere changed. Lesser contacts faded. The largest bioships remained, linked by lines of psychic traffic. Several vessels occupied the formation's inner layers, protected behind living screens. One dwarfed all others. It moved beneath the system plane toward Mordain. Its body was too vast for the hololith to represent without distortion. Long feeding tendrils lay coiled beneath its armored thorax. Reproductive organs pulsed within translucent cavities along its flanks. Synaptic energy radiated from it in waves strong enough to blind astropaths and make the Nikor's navigator choir bleed inside their sealed vaults. Krail understood before anyone explained it. The fleet was not surrounding the battle barge to destroy it. It was gathering around the greatest threat. Tyberos had offered the Nikor as bait, and the hive mind had accepted. The Shade Lord extended one talon toward Mordain. The fortress moon enlarged above the strategium floor. Defense emplacements, reactor complexes, and subterranean armories appeared beneath its surface. "Cyclonic stockpiles," Tyberos said. A series of warning glyphs ignited inside the moon. "Plasma reserves, torpedo fuel, mantle charges." Krail stared at the pattern. It was not a defense network. It was a detonation diagram. Mordain's lower hemisphere contained silos intended to shatter invading fleets. Its buried reactors powered defense lasers capable of burning through cruiser armor. Deep beneath those installations, Mechanicus mining charges had been placed along unstable fault lines during the moon's fortification. The weapons had been designed to protect Mordain. Tyberos had rearranged them to kill it. The hololith showed the result. If the charges detonated in the correct sequence, the moon's mantle would split. Plasma reactors would breach into the fracture. Cyclonic warheads would ignite inside the widening fault. Fuel reserves would become accelerants. Mordain would not merely explode, it would rupture. A sphere of molten stone, plasma, and radioactive debris would expand through the lower orbit. The Tyranid ships surrounding the Nikor would be caught between the moon's death and the weapons of the Imperial fleet. Krail felt cold, despite the heat, trapped beneath his armor. "How long has this been prepared?" he asked. Tyberos did not look at him. "Since arrival." The answer meant serfs had altered the moon's systems, while millions of soldiers still believed they were being fortified for survival. Krail lowered his gaze. He had transmitted several of those orders himself. The Shade Lord shifted the display toward the great bioship. "The central organism must be crippled before Mordain dies. If it survives intact, it will restore cohesion to the outer swarm." Tekahurangi stood beyond the hololith, one hand braced against his force staff. "The reproductive intelligence within it extends through the fleet. Sever the lesser vessels, and it will grow new nerves. Burn half the swarm, and it will preserve the knowledge of the other half." "Then we enter it," Raukura said. The Red Brethren's strike leader had returned from the planetary depths with his armor torn open along the abdomen. Fresh bonding studs held emergency plates over the damage. He should have been within an apothecarian restraint frame. Instead, he stood beside Tyberos. Admiral Corvin Bale received the Carcharodon's order aboard the battleship Divine Mandate. The bridge shook beneath distant impacts. Void shield warnings pulsed across every station. Smoke gathered above the command aisle, staining the carved saints that watched over the officers from the walls. Bale sat upon the command throne, with both hands gripping its blackened arms. "Mordain is to be destroyed," said his master of signals. The officer's voice barely carried across the bridge. Bale looked toward the moon through the forward observation screens. Mordain burned beneath clouds of spore organisms. Defense lasers still fired from its lower bastions. Thousands of smaller craft moved between the moon and the remaining Navy vessels, carrying shells, wounded personnel, and replacement crews. 4 billion subjects lived within its fortress cities. Gun serfs, Mechanicus adepts, naval families who had served the defense grid for generations. Bale had been born beneath those batteries. He had taken his first oath within the Basilica of the Unsetting Star, a shrine cut into Mordain's northern mountain range. His father's bones rested inside its walls. "The Astartes cannot order this," he said. "The transmission carries ancient seals," replied the signals master. "Notices patent, segmentum era validation. The machine spirit accepts their authenticity. Authenticity is not command. The Shade Lord states that all void assets are to maintain position around the moon." Bale's lips drew back from his teeth. "Maintain position while it detonates." "Yes, Lord Admiral." The battleship shook again. A living torpedo struck the outer shields and burst into fire. Warning icons multiplied over the port batteries. Bale opened a fleet-wide channel. "All surviving vessels, prepare withdrawal vector northward. Cruisers will form around the troop transports. Escorts will clear a path toward the outer translation point." Several officers looked up from their stations. The fleet master approached the throne. "Lord Admiral, the shadow remains too strong for translation. We do not require translation to leave the moon. The Tyranids control the northern vectors. Then we break them." The fleet master lowered his voice. "The Carcharodons have forbidden withdrawal." Bale rose from his throne. "I command the Neroth battle group." The bridge became silent around him. The Emperor entrusted these ships to the Navy, not to some exiled butcher wearing relic plate. "Signal all captains. We withdraw." The Master of Signals transmitted the order. For one moment, nothing happened. Then the bridge servitors began screaming. Not human screams, machine screams. Every Auspex display turned white. Vox channels, filled with bursts of Binharic corruption. The battleship's defensive cogitators announced incoming contacts from behind. "Boarding torpedoes!" shouted an augur officer. Bale looked toward the tactical display. Carcharodon attack craft had launched from the Void Reaper. They crossed the distance under the cover of the Tyranid assault, moving too close to the divine mandate for its batteries to engage without striking allied vessels. "Destroy them!" The weapons officer hesitated. "Those are Adeptus Astartes craft. Destroy them." The point defense turrets rotated. Too late. The first torpedo struck beneath the bridge. The impact threw officers from their stations. Bone icons shattered from the walls. Bale fell against the command throne as explosive bolts severed blast doors throughout the upper decks. A second torpedo entered the officer's transept. The Carcharodons came through the breach in silence. Red Brethren Terminators advanced through smoke and ruptured metal. Their storm bolters fired in measured bursts. Naval armsmen disappeared beneath mass reactive explosions before they could form a line. One man lost both legs and half his pelvis. He remained alive against the wall, screaming while blood pumped from the open bowl of his body. Another raised a shotgun. A bolt round entered his mouth and detonated inside his neck. His head left his shoulders in a cloud of bone and teeth. Bale drew his pistol. The Red Brethren entered the bridge. Raukura walked at their center. His damaged armor leaked blood with every step. The Navy's bridge guard fired. Last bolts struck tactical dreadnought plate and scattered. A meltagun burned through one Terminator's pauldron before a storm bolter burst, opened the gunner from sternum to spine. The man's heart struck the navigation lectern. Raukura stopped before Bale. The Admiral raised his pistol toward the Carcharodon's helm. "You violate the Emperor's law." Raukura's voice emerged as a low growl. "You abandon his war. I preserve his servants. You preserve the enemy's escape." Bale fired. The lasbolt struck Raukura's breastplate and left a glowing mark. The Red Brethren strike leader caught the Admiral by the throat. His gauntlet closed around Bale's neck without crushing it. Not yet. Bale's boots left the deck. "I am Corvin Bale," he forced through the pressure. "Admiral of the Neroth battle group, Lord of Mordain's void approaches." Raukura regarded him through black lenses. You are relieved. The chain fist activated. Bale heard the teeth begin turning. Raukura drove the weapon through his abdomen. The blade entered below the sternum and emerged through the spine. Teeth pulled organs, vertebrae and strips of uniform into the mechanism. Blood flooded the front of Bale's coat. Raukura lifted him higher. The chain fist continued cutting until the Admiral's body separated beneath the ribs. The upper half fell across the command throne. The lower half remained upright for a moment before collapsing in a tangle of intestines. Raukura turned toward the surviving officers. Return to function. No one refused. The battleship's new acting captain received the Carcharodon formation plan, with blood still running beneath his boots. Every surviving Imperial vessel was assigned a position around Mordain. Cruisers formed a tightening cordon across the moon's northern approach. Frigates occupied the outer lanes, where they would prevent the Tyranid fleet from withdrawing when the trap closed. Damaged ships were ordered into ramming vectors. None of the positions included an escape route. The officers understood. They obeyed because Red Brethren guarded the bridge. They obeyed because the Tyranids had already surrounded them. They obeyed because obedience was the last shape duty possessed before death. Lord General Odrin Kern saw Admiral Bale's command rune vanish from the planetary hololith. It was replaced by a Carcharodon cipher. Kern did not ask what had happened. He knew. Hive Pelagos trembled above the command citadel. Tyranid organisms had entered the lower foundations. The distant concussion of artillery had become constant. A pressure felt through the floor rather than heard. The dead reefs were collapsing. Secundus had lost most of its artillery. Tertius no longer existed as a coherent formation. The surviving planetary. Armies fought in isolated circles around ammunition depots, reactor sites and refugee districts already filled with the dead. Tyberos appeared through the Vox projection. Can you hold them for 1 hour? Kern looked at the dying command runes. Hold what? The surface swarm. For what purpose? To keep the fleet feeding. The final truth settled into place. Neroth's ground war had never been intended to save the planet. The armies were anchors. Their heat, gunfire and deaths held billions of Tyranid organisms against the world, while the Void Fleet gathered around Mordain. Kern had spent men to preserve positions. Tyberos had spent positions to shape hunger. The Lord General examined the remaining cohorts. They were retreating toward Pelagos. Some had no ammunition. Others fought with bayonets, tools and tank tracks. If they understood the truth, the retreat would become collapse. If I tell them to hold, Kerner said, they will ask when relief arrives. Answer them. Kerner studied the Shade Lord's image. You would have me lie. I would have you command. The projection vanished. Kerner stood alone among his officers. Colonel Hest waited beside the Vox controls. Blood ran from one ear. The command bunker's northern wall had cracked beneath subterranean impacts. Open all channels, Kern said. The colonel stared at him. My lord? Every surviving cohort, every armor frequency, every civilian defense network. Hest obeyed. Kern's voice passed across Neroth. It entered trenches filled with blood, tank compartments heavy with smoke, artillery pits where loaders used severed hands to clear jammed mechanisms, shelter chambers in which men waited behind doors that would not hold. This is Lord General Odrin Kern. Across the planet, soldiers listened. Reinforcement has entered the system. The Emperor's armies are descending upon Neroth. Maintain your positions for 1 final hour. Keep your guns firing. Hold the Xenos beneath his judgment. Men rose. They believed him because belief required less strength than despair. Wounded soldiers returned to firing steps. Lehman Russ crews restarted engines already burning from within. Basilisk gunners loaded their final shells. Priests climbed onto barricades and raised aquilers above the swarm. Kern watched them obey. The orbital bombardment solutions appeared upon the hololith. They centered upon his own command region. The first Imperial shells entered the atmosphere. Through external pict feeds, they resembled falling stars. Hest saw the trajectories. His face emptied. "That is not reinforcement." "No," Kerner said. He closed the command channel before the soldiers could hear him. The first lance struck beyond Hive Pelagos. The horizon became white. Entire Tyranid concentrations disappeared beneath the blast. So did the defenders holding them. Tanks, trenches, Hab districts and mountains of corpses became vapor. The ground rolled beneath the citadel. Ceiling plates fell. One crushed a tactical adept at his station, forcing his torso through the chair in a burst of blood. A second bombardment descended. Kern opened the channel one final time. "All cohorts, maintain the line." His voice remained steady. "The Emperor has not abandoned Neroth." The command citadel's upper levels vanished. Stone, fire, and bodies fell through the chamber. Hest disappeared beneath a collapsing support column. Officers were thrown across the floor. The hololith shattered into fragments of blue light. Kern remained standing beside the dead command table. He looked upward as the ceiling opened. White fire descended through Hive Pelagos. Aboard the Nikor, the Norn vessel filled the forward view screens. It was larger than Mordane's greatest fortress. Feeding tendrils unfurled from its underside and reached toward the moon. Bioplasma struck the Nikor's forward shields. The first barrier failed, then the second. Pyroacid washed across the battle barge's prow. Armor softened. Gun decks ruptured. Thousands of crewmen died when a macro shell magazine detonated and opened 3 compartments to the void. The Nikor continued forward. Its escorts died around it. One Carcharodon strike cruiser vanished beneath feeder limbs, its hull compressed until plasma drives breached. The explosion tore open 2 Tyranid vessels beside it. Inside, the surviving teleportarium, the Red Brethren gathered. Raukura stood among them, Admiral Bale's blood drying across his chain fist. Takahurangi entered the activation circle. Tyberos came last. No banners followed him. No chaplain spoke. No oath was demanded from warriors already committed beyond survival. Warning runes flashed across the teleportarium walls. Mordane's mantle charges reported readiness. Then one rune turned black. Another followed. Within the fortress moon, command relays ceased responding. Reactor seals opened without instruction. Cyclonic warhead circuits failed in sequence as something moved through the subterranean control vaults. The teleportation field rose around the Red Brethren. Tyberos looked upon his warriors. "With me." White fire consumed them. The Shade Lord vanished into the Norn vessel as Mordane began to die incorrectly. The teleportation field delivered Brother Ahi into the wall. For less than a heartbeat, his tactical dreadnought plate existed in the same space as hardened Tyranid cartilage. Reality corrected the error without mercy. Ceramite and flesh became one substance. Ahi's left pauldron vanished beneath the contracting tissue. Half his helm protruded from the wall, black lens staring across the chamber. His right arm emerged at an impossible angle. Stormbolter fused into the bones of his wrist. The weapon's ammunition feed had materialized through his ribcage. He remained alive. His mouth grill emitted a grinding breath as the wall tightened around him. Raukura appeared 3 strides away. The translation hurled him to one knee inside a basin of warm fluid. Warning sigils crowded his vision. His armor's left greave had failed to arrive intact. A section of alien membrane occupied the space between the plate and his shin, its cilia already burrowing into flesh. He brought his chain fist down. The teeth tore through his own greave and the parasite beneath. Pain climbed his leg in a white pulse. Black blood and red human blood mixed in the fluid around his boot. The chamber filled with teleport fire. Some warriors arrived whole, others did not. Brother Kahu materialized without his right arm. The severed limb had translated several meters away, fingers still locked around a thunderhammer. Blood jetted from the open armor socket until internal seals closed around the stump. Brother Taroa emerged waist-deep in the floor. The living deck contracted around his abdomen. His breastplate bent inward. He fired into the tissue beneath him. mass-reactive shells detonating against his own trapped legs. Brother Mano arrived inside another warrior. The resulting thing wore 2 helms upon one torso. 4 arms clawed at one another. Both warriors screamed through the squad channel as their fused organs fought for space inside overlapping armor. One secondary heart ruptured, then another. Raukura shot them through both heads. The bolt shells detonated together. Their joined skulls burst across the contracting wall. "Perimeter!" Raukura ordered. The Red Brethren obeyed. Those who could still move formed a ring around the teleport beacons. Storm bolters pointed outward. Heavy flamers covered the openings growing across the chamber. Tech Marines advanced toward the homers, servo arms carrying stabilization rods and noospheric probes. The Norn vessel knew they were inside it. The floor shuddered. Pressure passed through the chamber in waves. Vast organs contracted somewhere beyond the walls, forcing nutrient fluids through conduits large enough to drown hive districts. The air tasted of acid, blood, and psychic static. Takaharangi stood at the center of the formation. The teleportation failure had left a strip of flesh fused across his force staff. It writhed around the weapon shaft, trying to grow inward. He burned it away with a thought. The chief librarian closed his eyes. The shadow in the warp fell upon him. It was not darkness. Darkness implied absence. This was a suffocating multitude. Billions of instinctive impulses compressed into a single will. Hunger without language. Adaptation without imagination. A consciousness so vast that individual minds existed within it as blood cells existed within a man. Takahurangi reached through it. He sought the central synaptic current of the vessel. The Norn ship responded by showing him Neroth. He saw Reef Primus become white fire. He saw the dead reefs filled with bodies. He saw the digestion caverns collapse upon thousands of trapped men. He felt every death through the perspective of the thing that consumed them, not as suffering, not as atrocity, as acquisition, calcium, iron, carbon, genetic memory. Takahurangi opened his eyes. Blood ran from both nostrils. "The core lies ahead," he said, "deep within the reproductive mass." Raukura looked toward the chamber's forward wall. There was no opening. "Make one." The Tech Marines stabilized the first Homer. The device emitted a steady pulse through the bioship's interference. A second activated beside it. Coordinate runes appeared across Raukura's display, weak but coherent. Brother Ahi was still alive inside the wall. His fused storm bolter discharged without command. The shells detonated inside his own torso. His life rune vanished. Then the walls opened. The ship birthed its defenders directly into the chamber. Cysts split along the ceiling. Armored organisms fell from them, their chitin dark and thick beneath layers of hardened resin. They resembled Tyranid warriors, only in proportion. Every surface of their bodies had been altered. Their frontal plates overlapped across the throat and abdomen. Their limbs ended in hooked structures shaped to catch chain blades. Secondary claws unfolded from beneath their torsos, narrow enough to enter armor joints. The Red Brethren fired. Storm bolter rounds struck the first organisms and burst against reinforced carapaces. Some penetrated. Most detonated before reaching flesh. The creatures closed. A chain axe descended toward one warrior's shoulder. The Xenos raised a forked limb and caught the weapon between 2 ridges of bone. The chain teeth screamed against the obstruction. A smaller symbiote launched from beneath its ribs. It struck the Carcharodon's ammunition feed and wrapped itself around the belt. Acid flooded the mechanism. Bolt shells detonated inside the housing. The warrior's forearm disappeared. The adapted Tyranid drove a talon beneath his gorget and opened his throat. Raukura fired into the wound beneath its arm. The first shell entered the joint. The second burst inside the thorax. The creature came apart from within. More followed. They did not strike at breastplates or pauldrons. They targeted reactor housings, knee actuators, elbow seals, and the cabling beneath helms. The hive mind had studied every Carcharodon casualty and shaped new blades for the same weaknesses. "Flamers," Raukura said. Promethium filled the chamber. The internal fluid boiled. Steam and chemical vapor swallowed the defenders. Lesser symbiotes burst beneath the heat. Larger creatures continued through the fire, armor blackening while the flesh beneath cooked. Assault cannons began turning, their barrels blurred. Solid rounds hammered the adapted organisms backward, stripping chitin layer by layer. Limbs vanished beneath the barrage. Torsos opened. The chamber walls became painted with atomized tissue. The Red Brethren advanced into the smoke. Chain fists cut through contracting organs. Their teeth chewed passages through muscle, cartilage, and nerve tissue, while the vessel convulsed around them. The ship bled from every wound. Black arterial fluid poured from severed conduits. Raukura waded through it to his knees. He passed beneath bundles of nerves thick as bridge cables, each twitching as bolt rounds traveled through the organism's body. The assault cannon beside him changed pitch. "Barrels failing," Brother Kai transmitted. "Continue." The weapon fired until the outer shroud glowed. Metal deformed. One barrel split. The next burst detonated inside the cannon housing. Kai's arm vanished at the elbow. Fragments of the weapon entered his helm and throat. He remained standing, staring toward Raukura through a lens filled with blood. Then, the adapted organisms reached him. They pulled the damaged armor open and fed upon the warrior before he fell. Raukura did not recover the gene seed. There was no time. The Red Brethren left their dead behind as active teleport markers. The passage widened. The bioship's tissues drew away from Tyberos. Raukura saw it happen before he understood why. The walls contracted behind the Shade Lord and opened before him, shaping a chamber around his advance. Lesser organisms withdrew into cysts. The firing stopped. A pressure deeper than sound passed through the vessel. The abyssal tyrant emerged. It stepped from a curtain of translucent membrane, and the creature that had watched Hecaton no longer possessed the same shape. Its wings had been reduced to armored remnants folded along its spine. The abandoned flight musculature had become additional mass across its shoulders and thorax. Chitin layered its chest in curved plates, each angled against the known arcs of hunger and slake. 4 upper limbs carried bone sabers. No two were alike. One blade curved inward to trap a descending strike. Another widened near the tip into a crushing hook. The lower limbs ended in reinforced claws, shaped to seize Terminator plate at the joints. Its cranial crest had swollen into a ridged psychic crown. The eyes within its skull did not regard the Red Brethren. They fixed upon Tyberos. Takaharangi felt knowledge moving through the creature. The angle of every blow Tyberos had delivered inside the first synapse vessel. The timing of his advance beneath the hierodule. The failure points in his damaged left side. The measured reach of hunger. The turning radius of slake. The hive mind had built the beast from memory. It had not created a champion. It had grown a tool. Tyberos faced it alone. Behind him, the remaining Red Brethren withdrew into the passage, hacked toward the synaptic core. One warrior dragged a shattered leg. Another carried the severed helm of a fallen brother chained to his belt. Raukura held position. Tyberos turned his head slightly. "Continue." "Shade Lord." "Continue." The order ended the question. Raukura signaled the survivors onward. Takaharangi remained long enough to look upon the 2 figures inside the living chamber. The abyssal tyrant lowered its body. The ship sealed the passages around them. Tyberos studied it in silence. The power talons of hunger and slake opened. Their chain housings turned once, shedding clotted gore in dark ropes. The tyrant knew his reach. It knew his speed. It knew where his armor had broken. Tyberos's voice emerged as a whisper. "Try again." The creature attacked. Its psychic scream struck before its body moved. Takaharangi felt the pressure even from the passage beyond. The force rolled through Tyberos's armor systems, corrupting target runes and slowing the responses of artificial muscle bundles. The tyrant's first bone saber descended toward Slake. Tyberos turned the strike. The second blade was already moving. It caught hunger between the hooked ridges grown for that purpose. The weapons locked. A lower claw swept toward Tyberos's damaged side. He twisted away, but lesser organisms erupted from the floor around his boots. Hooked limbs caught his greaves and anchored themselves into the living deck. The claw struck. Tyberos left the floor. He hit the wall hard enough to rupture it. Fluid and nerve tissue burst around his armor. The abyssal tyrant followed. Tyberos rose as the bone sabers descended. Hunger caught the first. Slake severed the second near the wrist. The creature did not recoil. A third limb struck Hunger's outer talons. Reinforced bone closed around the powered claws, while the fourth saber hammered down upon the weapon housing. One talon snapped, then another. Fragments of ancient metal spun through the chamber. The chain mechanism inside Hunger screamed and stopped. The tyrant drove its lower body into Tyberos, pinning him against the wall. Its psychic crown pulsed. Warning sigils flooded his lenses. A bone blade entered the damaged plate beneath his left ribs. It passed through ceramite, fiber bundles, and transhuman flesh. The point emerged from his back. The tyrant lifted him from the wall. Blood ran down the blade. Raukura saw the strike through Tyberos's helm transmission. The pict feed shook beneath static. Life signs flashed from amber to red. The Red Brethren faltered. "Continue," Tyberos ordered. His voice contained no pain. The tyrant drew him closer, preparing to tear the blade sideways through his torso. Tyberos allowed it. He locked one arm around the impaling limb and pulled himself down its length. The movement drove the blade deeper. Slake rose beneath the creature's head. The chain teeth engaged. They entered the lower jaw and cut through it from one side to the other. Bone, tongue, and teeth exploded across Tyberos's breastplate. The abyssal tyrant jerked backward. Its ruined mouth hung from strips of tissue. Tyberos remained impaled. Hunger's chain mechanism had jammed with broken chitin. The outer talons were shattered. He closed the damaged gauntlet into a fist. The creature brought down another sword limb. Tyberos struck the joint. The blow broke the reinforced limb backward. Bone tore through chitin. The saber fell, still attached by strands of muscle. The tyrant released a psychic command. The walls opened. Lesser organisms poured into the chamber. Adapted warriors came first. Gaunts followed beneath them. Rippers boiled across the floor, climbing over the bodies of their own kind toward Tyberos's armor seals. The dead Red Brethren remained scattered throughout the corridor behind him. Their teleport homers still transmitted. Tyberos opened a channel to the Nicor. "Demolition reserve," Audenkrail answered through static. "Coordinates received. Melter pattern, all active homers." Raukura understood. "The fallen remain within those fields." "Yes. Their progenoids are denied." The Nikor's surviving teleportarium answered. White flares appeared among the dead. Melter charges materialized upon the active homers carried by fallen Carcharodons. Some arrived against breastplates, others appeared beside severed limbs or within pools of alien fluid. The charges activated together. The corridor became a furnace. Dead Red Brethren, recoverable gene seed and swarming Tyranids vanished inside spheres of white heat. Tactical dreadnought plates softened. Bones became vapor. The living walls ruptured beneath the blasts. The pressure wave reached the abyssal tyrant. Its footing shifted. Tyberos tore himself free of the impaling blade. Blood poured through the hole in his side. He stepped inside the creature's remaining reach. Slake entered the thorax beneath the lowest armor plate. Hunger's broken talons closed around the wound and pulled. Chitin split. Muscle opened. The tyrant's internal organs appeared in layers beneath the armor, pulsing with each beat of multiple hearts. Tyberos drove both arms into the cavity. The creature struck him across the helm. One lens shattered. He did not release it. Hunger found the spine. The damaged gauntlet closed around the thick column of bone and nerve tissue. Tyberos pulled. The spinal structure tore free from its connective sheaths in a sequence of wet ruptures. Vertebrae emerged through the open chest, dragging cables of nerve and muscle behind them. The abyssal tyrant remained alive. Its remaining limbs clawed at him without coordination. Tyberos anchored one boot against its thorax and pulled harder. The spine came away from the body. The creature collapsed to its knees. Slake entered the cranial crest. The chain blade soared downward. Armored bone became fragments. Psychic tissue burst beneath the teeth. The hive tyrant's skull opened from crown to throat, releasing a flood of grey matter, black blood, and luminous synaptic fluid. The pressure within the chamber vanished. The beast fell. Tyberos stood above it, the torn spinal column hanging from hunger. Blood escaped his armor in rhythmic streams. He dropped the spine. Raukura's squad channel filled with a new signal. Not from the Norn vessel, from Mordain. The moon's detonation runes had gone dark. One after another, mantle charges ceased responding. Cyclonic warheads entered safe condition without command. Reactor control vaults transmitted brief bursts of gunfire, prayer and tearing metal. Takaharangi reached through the shadow. He felt claws moving beneath Mordain's surface. Genostealers, feeder organisms, living nerves grown through the moon's command machinery. The abyssal tyrant had been another delay. The hive mind had used the duel to purchase time. Raukura looked toward Tyberos. The detonation sequence has failed. The Shade Lord turned toward the distant psychic presence of Mordain. Inside the fortress moon, the last command vault fell silent. Mordain's command vault was already dead when Raukura arrived. Teleport light burst across the firing chapel and revealed a chamber filled with bodies. Technicians lay across their stations with throats open to the spine. Naval ratings hung from the air tasted of blood, reactor coolant, and burned circuitry. Raukura materialized on one knee. Pain erupted through his damaged abdomen as translation forced his armor back into reality. Warning runes cascaded across his helm display. The temporary seals along his torso split, releasing blood into the inner layers of his plate. 7 red brethren appeared around him. Brother Koro arrived without his left hand. The gauntlet materialized several paces away, still gripping a storm bolter. It struck the deck and fired once. The bolt round entered a dead technician's chest and detonated inside the corpse. Brother Rua did not arrive at all. His teleport rune remained suspended in amber for a heartbeat, then turned black. Raukura rose. Firing thrown. The words were enough. The red brethren advanced into the vault. Emergency lumens pulsed along the walls. Each flicker exposed another sign of the infestation. Claw marks crossed adamantium doors. Pale membranes spread through cable trenches. Organic nerves had grown into cogitator housings and wrapped themselves around activation relays. The moon's machine spirit had been violated from within. A genostealer dropped from the chapel roof. Koro raised his remaining arm. The creature struck him before he fired. 2 claws entered beneath his gorget. Another pair caught his breastplate. The genostealer pulled in opposite directions. Ceramite split. Koro's torso opened from throat to sternum. His secondary heart burst between the creature's claws, spraying blood across the firing chapel's sainted walls. Raukura fired through him. Mass reactive shells entered Koro's ruined body, passed through and detonated inside the genostealer behind it. Chitin and human organs struck the ceiling together. The red brethren did not pause. Mordain shook around them. Far above, the Imperial fleet held the Tyranid vessels in place. Captain Jarek Voln watched the cruiser St. Brannock die one compartment at a time. Its forward void shields had collapsed. Living torpedoes struck the armor in clusters, opening themselves against the hull and driving hooked organisms into the gun decks. Damage control crews fought beside ratings and gun servitors while the vessel continued firing. "Port macro battery is silent," reported the Master of Ordnance. "Starboard. 2 guns remain. Fire them. The carrier lies inside minimum safe range." Voln looked through the forward observation screen. The Tyranid vessel filled half the void. Its armor flexed beneath the cruiser's remaining weapons. Vast reproductive bladders hung along its underside. Spores poured from openings across its body, each carrying enough organisms to murder a ship's population. Then minimum range no longer matters. The starboard batteries fired. Macro shells struck the carrier at near contact distance. Armor plates ruptured outward. Frozen blood crossed the gap and splashed against the cruiser's prow in dark crystal sheets. The carrier answered. A tentacle entered through the St. Brannock's damaged flank. It crossed gun decks, crew quarters, and maintenance shafts in one convulsive thrust. Thousands died before the limbs stopped moving. Men were crushed against bulkheads or dragged into the wound as barbed growths opened along its length. Voln felt the deck lean beneath him. The vessel's reactor status changed from amber to red. "Helm," he said. The helmmaster turned from his station. "Lord Captain." "Collision course." The man understood. He did not pray. He entered the command. The St. Brannock's surviving engines ignited at full output. The cruiser drove toward the Tyranid carrier while the bioship tried to withdraw. It could not. Imperial frigates fired into its flanks. The Carcharodon escorts forced it inward. Smaller Tyranid vessels crowded behind it, trapped by their own numbers. Voln opened the fleet channel. "This is the St. Brannock. Our duty is concluded." No answer came. There was nothing to say. The cruiser struck the carrier. Its prow entered living armor and continued through layers of muscle, bone, and nutrient chambers. The impact threw Voln from the command throne. He rose with blood running from his mouth and looked upon the reactor release rune. He placed one hand upon it. "Emperor, receive us." The plasma drives detonated. The cruiser became a white sun inside the Tyranid vessel. The carrier opened from within. Its body fragmented across the void, scattering burning organs and half-formed broods into the ships surrounding it. The Imperial cordon tightened. No vessel turned away. Inside the Norn ship, Tekahurangi felt every death. The shadow forced them into him. He saw Carcharodon warriors lost in wars, fought before Neroth's sun had been charted. He saw void harvests fail, and entire generations of serfs starve in the cold passages of forgotten vessels. He saw armor cracked open by greenskin axes, kin slain beneath Necron fire, gene seed burned because recovery had become impossible. The hive mind offered no accusations. It had no need. It drowned him in memory until the distinction between his own past and the chapter's dead began to dissolve. Raukura's pain became his. Tyberos' wounds became his. The final breaths of men aboard the Imperial fleet became bubbles rising through a lightless ocean. The chief librarian planted his force staff into the living floor. Psychic pressure bent the weapon shaft. His armor alarms shrieked. Around him, the surviving Carcharodons staggered beneath visions of dead brothers. One Red Brethren warrior turned his stormbolter toward another, mistaking grey plate for the colors of an ancient enemy. Tekahurangi spoke into the shadow. Not words, images, an ocean without sun, predators circling beneath ice, teeth moving through black water without ripple or sound. He showed the hive mind the long exile of the Carcharodons, the empty spaces between systems, and the patience of things that survived where nothing should. The shadow resisted. Tekahurangi drove deeper. He became the ocean. The Carcharodons became shapes beneath it. For one moment, the Gestalt consciousness recoiled from the unfamiliar pattern of hunger directed back toward itself. A path opened. "Now," Tekahurangi said. Tyberos led the survivors through the breach. The Norn Queen's chamber lay beyond a final wall of cartilage. Tekmarine Tain cut through it with both chain fists. Teeth screamed against bone. The wall tightened around his arms, trying to trap them. Servo harness saws entered the wound and forced it wider. The chamber opened. It was a cathedral built from reproduction. Translucent sacs hung from vaulted flesh by cords of pulsing veins. Embryonic organisms floated inside them. Gaunts curled around unfinished weapons. Warriors twitched beneath unformed armor. Larger shapes occupied deeper membranes, their organs assembling in layers around skeletons grown for future wars. Rivers of genetic slurry moved through channels in the floor. Circulatory towers rose toward the ceiling, pumping new life through the vessel. At the chamber's center rested the Norn Queen. It possessed no true body separate from the ship. Its reproductive mass filled the cavern. Folded layers of brain tissue surrounded a central cranial node, protected behind ridges of armor. Sensory tendrils entered every wall. Each pulse moved through the entire fleet. Tyrant guards stood before it. The creatures were immense, their bodies built from armor and crushing limbs. Bioplasma organs swelled beneath their ribs. Tyberos advanced. The Red Brethren formed a wall behind him. "Hold!" Raukura's distant voice transmitted from Mordain. The word crossed the system through broken channels. The Terminators obeyed. Tyranid broods flooded the chamber entrances. Heavy flamers opened. Promethium washed across the living floor and climbed the walls. Embryonic sacs burst in the heat. Half-grown creatures spilled into the fire, shrieking with lungs that had never drawn breath. Stormbolters fired until ammunition counters reached nothing. Brother Mako lost both legs beneath a tyrant guard's sweeping claw. His lower body vanished in a spray of blood and ceramite fragments. He struck the floor on his back. His assault cannon continued firing. Rounds tore through gaunts, embryos, and sections of reproductive tissue. The weapon's recoil dragged him backward through his own entrails until an adapted warrior drove a blade through his throat. Brother Haka fell beside him. Rippers entered through a breach beneath his abdominal plate. They stripped muscle from his spine and chewed through the lower progenoid gland while he remained alive. Haka seized the manual reactor release inside his breastplate. Depth, remember me. His armor overloaded. The explosion consumed him, the Rippers, and 2 Tyranid warriors. Molten fragments of Terminator plates struck the chamber walls and burned through gestation sacs. The Carcharodon line contracted. Tech Marines reached the circulatory towers. Melter charges were fixed to pulsing conduits. Cutting beams opened veins large enough to drown tanks. Genetic slurry flooded the floor, carrying malformed limbs and organs past the defenders' boots. The charges detonated. One circulatory tower burst, then another. The Norn ship convulsed. Tyberos reached the tyrant guard. The first creature struck with a crushing claw broad enough to close around his torso. Hunger caught it. The damaged gauntlet's surviving talons locked against the chitinous limb. Ancient servos groaned. Tyberos was driven backward through the fluid. Slake rose. The chain blade entered beneath the guard's jaw. It cut through the neck in a storm of bone fragments and dark blood. The creature did not fall. Its remaining limbs hammered against Tyberos's armor. Bioplasma fired from the second guard. Tyberos dragged the dying organism across his body. The plasma struck it through the back. Armor, organs, and blood became incandescent vapor. The blast burned through the first guard and struck Tyberos hard enough to drive him to one knee. He emerged behind the collapsing corpse. Hunger tore free. Slake opened the second guard from hip to sternum. Tyberos forced both weapons into the wound and pulled the body apart. The Norn Queen's cranial armor lay beyond it. The Shade Lord reached the central node. Mordain's control passages were narrowing around Raukura. Genestealers filled the corridor behind his squad. Feeder organisms moved through the cable trenches, growing new flesh across severed relays. Brother Tahi fell with 3 Genestealers upon him. One claw entered his side, another removed his helm. The third creature closed its hands around his exposed skull and twisted. The neck broke. The head came free with cables and strips of skin trailing beneath it. Raukura fired until his stormbolter clicked empty. He used the weapon as a club. The first blow broke a Genestealer's jaw. The second crushed its skull against the wall. A feeder tendril struck from beneath the deck and wrapped around his right arm. Raukura activated his chain fist. The limb tightened. Teeth cut through the tendril, but a Genestealer reached him during the delay. Its claws entered the armor joint above his elbow. The creature pulled. Raukura's arm separated at the shoulder. Blood flooded the inside of his plate. He caught the genestealer by the throat with his remaining hand and drove it face first into the turning chain fist still attached to his severed arm. Its head disappeared. Raukura left the arm behind. Only Brother Teva remained with him. They reached the firing throne. It stood within a circular vault, surrounded by dead adepts and shattered cogitators. Organic nerves had grown over the control dais. The manual activation lever remained locked beneath an adamantium housing. Teva attacked the housing with his chain fist. Genestealers entered the chamber. Raukura stood between them and the throne. His armor was open along the abdomen. His left leg no longer responded. Blood filled one boot and ran across the deck. He drew a combat blade. The first genestealer came low. Raukura stepped inside its claws and drove the blade through an eye. The creature's momentum carried it against him. He used its body as a shield while the others struck. Talons entered the corpse and passed through into his breastplate. Teva tore the housing open. The manual lever emerged. A genestealer dropped upon him from above. Its claws entered both sides of his neck and pulled outward. Teva's head and shoulders came apart. Raukura threw the dead creature from his armor and staggered toward the throne. The genestealers followed. He locked his remaining hand around the lever. It resisted. The machine spirit demanded confirmation through circuits already filled with alien nerves. Raukura pulled. Servos screamed. A claw opened his backplate. Another entered his thigh. He pulled harder. The lever descended. Across Mordain, cyclonic warheads awakened. Plasma locks opened. Mantle charges entered their final sequence. Raukura opened a channel to the Norn ship. The depth is measured. Tyberos stood with Hunger and Slake buried inside the Norn Queen's exposed cranial tissue. Received. Mordain ruptured. The moon's crust divided along fault lines cut by Mechanicus charges. Plasma. Reactors breached into the fractures. Cyclonic warheads detonated beneath fortress cities and ammunition vaults. 4 billion souls vanished in the first instant. The moon expanded. Mountains became molten projectiles. Oceans of subsurface fuel ignited. Defense towers, cathedrals, and buried cities were thrown into space inside a sphere of white fire. The Tyranid fleet could not escape. Imperial cruisers held the outer cordon and fired until the blast reached them. Living vessels burned. Chitin turned transparent before becoming vapor. Bioships collided as synaptic control failed. The surviving navy died at its stations. Tyberos drove Hunger deeper. Slake's chain teeth tore through the primary node. The Norn Queen's brain split. Its death convulsed through every vessel in the swarm. The Nikor's teleportarium found 6 living signals inside the collapsing bioship. Orden Krail stood beside the command throne as Tech Marine Otto forced the damaged mechanisms beyond every sanctioned tolerance. Lock achieved, Otto transmitted. Recover them, Krail said. The field will not survive a second attempt. There will be no second attempt. White fire filled the teleportarium. Tyberos appeared first, one side of his armor open and black with blood. Takahurangi arrived on his knees. 4 red brethren followed. Nothing else returned. The Norn vessel vanished behind them. Mordain's death consumed it from the outside, while the destroyed cranial node collapsed from within. The bioship opened along its length, releasing oceans of blood, amniotic fluid, and shredded organs into the expanding fire. Across millions of kilometers, the lower system became red. Blood froze into clouds. Atmosphere, pulverized stone and organic matter spread through the void in an immense curving trail. From the dying surface of Neroth Prime, the survivors looked into the sky. They saw a crimson wake carved across the darkness. They called it victory because they had no other word. Behind the red cloud, almost nothing remained alive. Something moved beyond the reach of Orden Krail's lumen. The sound came again, metal scraping against metal, slow, deliberate, too heavy for a ripper, too measured for a gaunt driven mad by the death of its synaptic masters. Krail raised one clenched fist. The salvage team stopped behind him. 8 mortal armsmen filled the corridor of the Carcharodon escort Mako's vigil, their shotguns leveled over one another's shoulders. The beams fixed beneath their barrels trembled across bulkheads, scarred by claws, bolter impacts, and frozen blood. Behind them came 2 Medici servitors, a Gene Vault adept, and a tech marine whose armor had lost most of its original color beneath heat damage. No shipboard lumens remained. The escort drifted above Neroth Prime without drive power, void shields or atmosphere in more than half its decks. Its command beacon had repeated the same corrupted fragment for 13 hours. Gene seed secured. No other signal had followed. Krail advanced. His magnetic boots struck the deck with dull impacts. The corridor's air was thin enough to carry sound poorly, yet something continued dragging itself through the darkness ahead. A shotgun safety clicked behind him. Krail did not turn. Hold fire until identification. The armsman swallowed loudly inside his helm. The passage opened into a chapel. The aquila above the altar had been torn from the wall. Tyranid organisms lay in heaps beneath it, their bodies frozen where the compartment had vented before emergency seals restored partial atmosphere. Some had been shot apart. Others had been cut open from skull to abdomen. Dead Carcharodons sat among them. One remained upright against the altar steps, his armor divided through the chest. Both hearts had been removed. The apothecary's extraction wounds were precise, despite the violence surrounding them. A second warrior lay beneath a broken genestealer. His helm was gone. The creature had eaten the face down to bone before dying with a combat blade driven through its throat. The scraping came from behind the altar. Krail moved around it. The Carcharodon waiting there had lost both legs. His body ended below the abdomen in ragged tactical dreadnought plate. One side of the armor had been peeled outward, exposing severed cables, strips of muscle, and the white curve of his pelvis. Blood had dried in black sheets beneath. Him! He had dragged himself across the chapel using one arm. The other remained locked around a silver gene seed casket. 3 more caskets rested between the bodies behind him. His helm lenses glowed weakly. The armsmen aimed at him before recognition reached them. Krail lowered their weapons with one hand. The warrior's stormbolter followed the movement. Its ammunition counter showed 1 remaining shell. Identification, Krail said. The Carcharodon's answer was little more than a growl of damaged Vox machinery. Brother Maratu, 3rd Battle Line. The tech marine stepped forward. Maratu's stormbolter turned toward him. Hold. The tech marine stopped. Krail looked at the caskets. Are they intact? The warrior's lenses remained fixed upon him. That was my question. Krail understood. He knelt beside the nearest case and examined its runes. Internal temperature remained within preservation tolerances. The seals were unbroken. 4 progenoid glands rested inside, taken from brothers whose bodies lay around the chapel. Secure, Krail said. Maratu's weapon lowered. Only then did the wounded Carcharodon release the casket from his remaining arm. The movement exposed what he had been guarding beneath himself. A ripper had forced its way into the breach in his abdomen. Maratu had crushed it against his own spine. Its broken jaws remained embedded in his flesh. The tech marine approached again. Recovery is possible. Maratu looked toward the dead. Recover them first. They are empty. Their armor is not. Krail turned toward the salvage team. You heard him. The gene seed was taken before the living warrior. The relic plate followed. Only when the dead had surrendered everything of value did the servitors lift Brother Maratu onto a restraint frame. He made no sound as fractured armor shifted around his exposed pelvis. Through the chapel's observation aperture, Neroth Prime turned beneath them. The world was still burning. The oceans had changed color. Vast black blooms spread across the surface where Tyranid acids, digestive organisms, and the ashes of cities had entered the water. Dead fish and human corpses formed pale belts along poisoned coastlines. Hive Pelagos burned without power. The upper spires had collapsed into the districts below, opening fires that could no longer be contained. Entire levels glowed inside the smoke like furnace mouths. Refuge lights blinked from structures cut off from all surface routes, each signal representing thousands of survivors with no water, no power, and no path away from the spreading contamination. Ash filled the atmosphere. So did spores. Imperial aircraft flew through clouds dense enough to clog intakes and strip paint from their hulls. Orbital debris continued falling from the death of Mordain and the shattered fleets around it. Pieces of warship armor struck the continents like meteors. Frozen masses of Tyranid flesh burned during descent and scattered organic fragments across regions previously untouched by the ground war. The invasion had ended. Neroth had not survived it. Krail returned to the Nicor aboard a Thunderhawk, carrying gene seed, relic armor, and the mutilated brother Maratu. The battle barge no longer resembled the vessel that had entered the system. Its prow was split along one side. Entire gun decks remained open to the void. Repair craft moved across the hull, welding temporary plates over wounds through which compartments, corpses, and shrine interiors could still be seen. The engines functioned at less than half output. The outer teleportarium was gone. Thousands of its mortal crew had vanished with it. Krail entered the primary strategium, carrying the escort's recovery slate. No celebration awaited him. A casualty servitor stood beneath the tactical display, reciting losses in a voice that had begun to distort. Confirmed Imperial dead exceeds 17 billion. Remaining population beyond sustainable recovery. Neroth battle group destroyed. Fortress Moon Mordain destroyed. Orbital industrial capacity reduced beyond function. Planetary biosphere classification pending extinction review. The servitor paused while its cogitators processed another category. Carcharodon's Astra losses incomplete. Krail knew why. Too many warriors had died inside organisms that no longer existed. Too many teleport signals had vanished without remains. Entire suits of tactical dreadnought plate had been melted, consumed or lost inside the Norn vessel when Mordain ruptured. Relic weapons older than dynasties were gone. Gene seed cultivated through centuries of isolation was gone. The chapter measured the cost differently from the Imperium. 17 billion human lives could be replaced, given worlds and time. Some of the armor could not. Tyberos stood within the apothecarian restraint vault. The Tech Marines had removed his left pauldron and most of the breastplate. They had not removed the flesh attached to it. Acid had passed through the outer armor and fused ceramite, undersuit and skin into one blackened layer. Each section had to be cut away from the body beneath. Blood ran through drainage channels around the restraint dais. A fragment of bone saber remained embedded through Tyberos' side. It had entered below the ribs and lodged against the reinforced structure of his spine. The apothecaries had left it in place until the surrounding armor could be removed. Hunger rested upon a maintenance cradle nearby. The weapon's outer talons were broken. Its chain housing had seized. Tech serfs extracted compacted chitin and dried alien tissue from the mechanism, one fragment at a time. Slake remained attached to the Shade Lord's other arm. No one had attempted to remove it. An apothecary raised an injector toward Tyberos' neck. Sedation will preserve function during separation. No. The answer was quiet. The apothecary did not argue. A cutting saw descended toward the fused plate, its teeth engaged. Krail watched ceramite separate from flesh. Tyberos' muscles locked beneath the pain. His hands did not move. His breathing remained measured through the grill of his damaged helm. The saw cut deeper. Charred skin came away with the armor. One of the serfs operating the restraint frame looked aside. Tyberos' black lens turned toward him. The serf returned to his work. Recovery from the Mako's vigil, Krail reported. 4 progenoids secured. Brother Maratu remains alive. Armor? 3 suits recoverable in part. Tyberos gave no acknowledgement of the lives or the dead. "Continue salvage." Krail bowed. The order meant sending more crews into wrecks where Tyranids might still live. It meant exposing mortals to spores, feeder organisms, and contamination for the sake of gene seed and relic plate. Krail did not question it. He had stopped questioning such arithmetic long before Neroth. The first survivor vessel reached the Nikkor before the final fires on Mordain had faded. It was a refinery lighter carrying 912 human beings from the outer stations. Most were wounded. Some had remained sealed inside maintenance holds, while Tyranid organisms consumed the inhabited decks around them. They believed rescue had arrived. Krail met them in Quarantine Hall 3. The survivors knelt beneath lumen glare, while Medici servitors moved between them. Many prayed when they saw the Carcharodon serfs. Others cried with relief at the sight of Imperial uniforms. A refinery overseer seized Krail's gauntlet. "We held," the man said. His lips were split from dehydration. "By the Golden Throne, we held." Krail removed the hand from his armor. "Remain still for examination." The Medici servitors inserted needles into blood vessels and drilled samples from bone marrow. Auspex wands passed over lungs, stomachs, and cranial cavities. The first alarm sounded over a childless laborer from the fuel decks. Dormant organisms filled the lower lobes of his lungs. They were too small to see without magnification. They had survived inside scar tissue, waiting for heat, oxygen, and time. The second contaminated survivor carried spore growths in his marrow. The third had embryonic feeder organisms attached to the lining of his stomach. The infection rate rose: 10, 50, 200. The survivors watched the examination team withdraw behind the armor glass partition. Fear spread among them. The overseer approached the barrier. "What is wrong?" Krail studied the Medici report. Even one infected survivor released on another world could begin a cult, a feeding infestation, or a beacon for something greater. No treatment aboard the damaged fleet could guarantee complete purification. The decision required no consultation. Krail opened the chamber. "Vox, you have endured in the Emperor's service." The survivors listened. "Your contamination cannot be permitted to pass beyond Neroth." The overseer's expression changed. "No." Armsmen entered the observation galleries above the hall. Their flamers and shotguns pointed downward. Men began hammering against the sealed doors. Some shouted that they were clean. Others offered the names of officials, commanders and priests who could confirm their loyalty. A wounded soldier raised an aquila. "We fought them." Krail looked at him. "I know. You cannot call us Xenos." "I have not." The soldier understood. That was worse. The overseer struck the barrier with both fists. "We survived." Krail's voice remained steady. "That is why you were examined." He lowered one hand. The armsman fired. Shotgun volleys tore through the front ranks. Bodies opened beneath the impacts. Men fell across one another, while those behind attempted to climb the walls. Flamers followed. Promethium flooded the chamber. Clothing ignited. Skin blackened and split. Smoke filled the hall, while the survivors beat against sealed doors and trampled the wounded beneath them. The refinery overseer remained visible longest. Fire consumed his robes. His face became a red ruin. He continued striking the armor glass until his hands burned down to exposed bone. The chamber fell silent. Krail ordered the remains incinerated again. Then the ashes were sealed inside plasma furnaces and reduced beyond biological use. No record named the dead. The administratum would later produce a cleaner account. It would state that the Shade Lord Tyberos had destroyed an endless Tyranid invasion rising from the Pelagos deeps. It would praise the sacrifice of Mordain and describe Neroth as a fortress world martyred in successful defense of the Imperium. The account would not mention Admiral Corvin Bale's body cut in half across his command throne. It would not preserve Lord General Odrin Kern's final lie. It would omit the dead reefs, the sealed gates, the captives beneath the hive, and the loyal armies erased by Imperial lance fire. History would make the geometry simple. Humanity had stood. The Xenos had come. Tyberos had destroyed them. Takahurangi knew otherwise. He sat within the Nikor's librarium while the last psychic echoes of the dead fleet dispersed. The shadow in the warp had weakened, but it had not vanished. Traces of it remained around Neroth like blood in deep water. He followed those traces. The destroyed organisms had died screaming into the Gestalt consciousness. Every battle, wound, and failed adaptation had been carried outward before the Norn Queen's cranial node was severed. The greater hive mind had received them. It knew the reach of Karkaradon teleport strikes. It knew the output of the Nikor's weapons. It knew how the chapter preserved gene seed, how its warriors withdrew, how they used worlds as bait, and how they severed synaptic structures. Most of all, it knew Tyberos, his speed, his armor, the angle of hunger, the sound of slake cutting through cranial bone. Takahurangi opened his eyes as the distress signal entered the system. It came from deeper beneath the galactic plane, a fragment of astropathic agony, a world name swallowed by static, coordinates, then silence. Tyberos entered the librarium with sections of his armor still missing. Black synth flesh sealed the open wound in his side. Hunger remained absent. Takahurangi rose. Neroth was a victory. Tyberos looked through the viewing aperture toward the dying planet. Hive fires shone beneath poisonous clouds. Above them, the red remnants of the fleet drifted across the void. "No," he said. His whisper filled the chamber. It was distance. The Nikor turned toward the new signal. Its damaged engines ignited. Surviving escorts formed around it. Salvage craft abandoned wrecks that had not yet surrendered all their dead. Behind them, Neroth continued burning. Far beyond the reach of Imperial augurs, something moved through the intergalactic dark. Not a fleet. A migration vast enough to make fleets appear as cells within its blood. Bioships awakened in sequences stretching across distances no human mind could measure. Synaptic impulses passed between them. Course corrections spread through the greater mass. The Devourer had tasted resistance. It had learned the shape of grey armor. It remembered black lenses. It remembered two weapons called Hunger and Slake. And in the lightless deep beneath the galaxy, Leviathan turned toward Tyberos.